thousands of nonprofits. Hey, Jean, good morning. Jean, TFI Food Pantry in Pine Tops, North Carolina. I love it. She helps food insecurity. Awesome. As you're coming,
Morning.
good morning, good morning. You look beautiful. As you're coming in, let us know where you're zooming in from and tell us something about your nonprofit. I won't be able to play the video because Zoom says I cannot share it, but let's see if it's going to allow me to share my slides. Fingers crossed. Oh my God, it says screen sharing has failed to start. Ooh, Ooh, Zoom. Let me see this. Let me see. Good morning, everybody who's just coming in. That's something. So, Sandra, see if you can share your screen. Good morning, Claudia from Eustis, Florida. Hello. Happy to be here. Tuning in from Long Island, New York. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. While we're waiting for the screen share to start working, let us know how you found out about the Grant Writing School. Did you find us on Google? Were you one of my clients? Did you know me? Did you find out it from somebody else's channel? Good morning, Donna, Lake Mary, Florida. Florida in the house. Awesome. I'm glad you guys are here. We'll be starting shortly. I'm going to find some music. Yes. If we have another error, what I'm going to do is log out and come back in. So if Sandra can't share hers, then we know that it's a Zoom. Okay, perfect. So you can. Absolutely great. Okay, so let me.
Okay.
Thank you. Yours look fantastic.
Okay.
Let me try one more time. You can take yours down, and I'm gonna try one more time.
Okay.
Yep. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna log out, and I'm gonna come back in and see if Zoom fixes mine, because that would be. And when I end it, it may end it for all. Oh no, I can leave meeting so you guys will still be here. So let me try this. I'll be back. I'm going to assign you, Sandra, as host. And why don't you go around the room and introduce yourself? Sandra, would you do that for me? Just pick on people and ask them to introduce themselves.
Yes. Let's one at a time. Take yourself off of mute. Let's start with you, Raphael, because you're the first one in my space. So take that off and tell me about who you are and what you're doing and why you're
Sure. Rafael Gonzalez. I'm the president for the National Christian Churches and Ministries Network, which is an organization out of with offices in Orlando, Florida, or Winter Springs, Florida, and Manhattan, New York. We serve churches across the nation in terms of helping them do business legally, professionally, and adequately to do what they need to do. And basically our type of churches run from churches with 25, 30 people all the way to about 4,000 in attendance. So it's a range of different size of churches.
Great, Raphael. Aretha is up. Got it. We see it. So
perfect. Well, we're going to go get started. Yeah, thank you so much, Sandra. This is teamwork. This is what we have to do. We got to improvise. So welcome everybody to the Grant Writing School Conference. I'm so grateful for Zoom because you're going to learn something from me today. If I would have had this in person, I would have been into debt. And as a person who do the same thing you do, we don't want to be in debt, right? We have to think smart and we have to do things efficiently. That's why technology is so important. And I know a lot of people hate that word because it sounds so scary, but it's important to understand tech and use tech. And so I'm so grateful for the Zoom platform. I want to thank you all for being here. And mostly important, I want to thank you for what you do in your communities, what you do for families, for children, for women that's getting out of prison. And I can go on and on. So thank you so much for what you do. And for those of you who are just getting started, for what you intend to do for the future. So the purpose of this conference was to get everybody in the room that said, hey, I need a grant. I need help. I get your emails, I get your DMs, I get your calls, your texts asking me about grant, asking me for help. And so I wanted to do this to just have you all in one place. So since I'm one person, I thought I'd bring other nonprofit leaders together so that we can learn, network, and share ideas. We've already heard from Raphael what he does, but we're gonna choose you throughout the day to tell us something about you. My desired outcome for today is that you walk away with more tools to put in your toolbox to help you find and write winning grants, okay? So wave your hands if that's what you want to do. Go ahead and wave your hands. I want to see. Yes, I want to see. I just see a few people. All right, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Awesome. Teresa did the wave hand on the phone. Thank you, Teresa. So let's go over some housekeeping so that everybody can get the most out of today. Please remain on mute for the quality of the recording. You can use your raise your hand option, as some people already have, or you can type your question in the chat during the slide presentation, and sometimes I'll stop and just acknowledge your chat or your raise your hand just to break up their session. Thank you guys for already using it. This is being recorded, as you can see, and you will get a private YouTube link after this recording. Probably by Tuesday, I'm going to share all of the sessions, because I know some of you are already texting me and say, hey, I need to leave early, and that's totally okay. We have lives to live, right? We are going to take some breaks because I'm on Zoom every day talking to hundreds of nonprofits, and my eyes get strained. I don't want you to get Zoom bored. So we're going to step away for 5 minutes at a time, sometimes to go get your water, to rest your eyes, to look away at something else so that you don't get tired. I'm gonna finish this. I wanted to show a little video because I'm introducing myself, but it's not starting. I know that a lot of you register and it said from 9 to whenever. I think it said 4 hours, but we're actually going to go to 3. So that's why I said if you have to leave, feel free to do that. So the agenda for today, I'm going to go first. I'm going to talk about grant writing, and then we have a special guest. You guys are going to laugh your butts off. I know you are, because I laugh every time I hear this character. This is going to be the future. Well, it is. I don't like to say this is going to be. It is the future Tyler Perry. If you're a Tyler Perry fan, some people may be bored of him. That's why this person is going to be the future Tyler Perry. So we're going to introduce him after my session. And then I want to say thank you for everybody who filled out that survey, because I had in mind to do my session one way, but your survey really helped me change the way I'm going to do my session, because it's not about me. I've been doing this for 24 years, but what I want to know is what you don't know and what you want to know. So my session is going to be answering the questions that you filled out on your survey. So 70% of my session was done by you. So I appreciate it. So I want to do this. I filled in everybody's name who signed up. I want to break this up before I get started and do one door prize. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop sharing this screen, and I'm going to spin the wheel for everybody's name who is in the session today. 1 second. And oh, awesome. Thank you for putting that in the chat. So here we go. All right. So you guys see that? Okay, you can see that, right? Thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to spin the wheel just to have a little fun. This is what we're going to do before we take our break today. Let's see. And you got to be here. So as Cashman was on the phone. Cashman, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
And so I'm going to remove you. I want you to pick a number 1 through 4, and then I'll tell you what your gift is.
16. You said 1 through
4.
Okay, I'm sorry. Geez, 1.
Yeah, 1 through, we're picking 1. Okay, so guys, these are the envelopes. I'm going to mail these to you. And what Catherine chose, I'm going to open this envelope. You got a $20 gift card from CVS Pharmacy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. I can use that myself. Congratulations.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So what I want you to do, so you guys that are not local, because I know I'll probably see Cashman before it's over, send me your email address. I got somebody called me, she can't get in, so she probably has not seen my email. One moment, I apologize. This is what happens when you run your own show. I'll go on mute for a second. Sandra, would you go ahead and ask everybody, pick on somebody else?
Hey, Rhonda Brown down there. What do you tell us about you and where you're from? Tell us about your organization, Rhonda Brown.
And my name is Rhonda Brown. I am part of the Black Masterminds. Black is an acronym for Building Leaders and Activating Collective Knowledge. And we help people in business. We do online and in-person enrichment opportunities that advance entrepreneurship, personal development, tech evolution, and alliance building.
Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, Rhonda. Hey, Dr. Campbell, Demetria Campbell, she's from my city. Tell us about your nonprofit.
Good morning. My nonprofit is about to get started. I am training new teachers to be better teachers, to be equipped with things they need for the classroom. So we're going to start actually in August with the help of Dr. Stanley, but I'm excited about it. But yeah, we're here to train brand new teachers and get them acclimated to the classroom before they get in the class.
Wonderful. Okay, how about William Lewis? Mr. Lewis, tell us about where you're from and your nonprofit.
Actually, my name is Will K. I'm actually I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I have a nonprofit I'm putting together to help our troubled youth in the Black communities. Pretty much, I want to go in to help them kind of tell them stories, kind of walk them through problem-solving techniques, get them prepared for college or future jobs, get them prepared for interviews and things of that nature.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Miss Claudia Humphrey, tell us about what you do. Take yourself off mute, Miss Claudia. Can you hear me, Miss Claudia? Okay, I'm going to move on. Kimberly Jackson. Kimberly Jackson. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Okay, there you go, Kimberly. Tell us about where you're from and what you're doing.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kimberly Jackson. I'm in Tampa, Florida. I'm the founder of Divine Destiny Center, which is a restoration and transformation center for young girls and women. We work with mentoring and coaching with young girls. Our group is called Destined to Win, and that's for ages 11 to 17. And for the women, we focus on, as far as education, helping them get jobs, self-awareness, self-love. And that group is called Destiny Calls, because we want to let them know their destiny is calling them. So again, my background from that, or my heartbeat from starting Divine Destiny Center, was going into the ministering and doing Bible studies in the women's prisons, sex trafficking, and as well as in the strip clubs. So I saw a need for them to have someone to walk beside them to help them do better, not just tell them to do better. So that is what Divine Destiny Center is about.
And where'd you tell me you were from?
Tampa, Florida. I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Tampa. Okay,
Mhm.
You guys that are logging on, that are just coming on, can you type in our chat where you're from? Miss Claudia, can you hear me? Humphrey, can you hear me? Can you take yourself off mute, Miss Claudia?
I can
Okay.
hear you, but
There
it's
you go.
going in and out.
Okay, tell us about your ministry or your nonprofit and where you're from.
Okay, my name is Claudia Humphrey, first of all, and I am from Napa, California. So it's 6 o'clock in the morning here. And I don't have a nonprofit right now. I did have one and started a nonprofit, and I ran that nonprofit for 13 years. So you'll hear more about my story. I'm one of the speakers, so you'll hear more about my story later on in the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, how about Crystal Moore? I like your postings on the wall back there, just motivation. Tell us about you, where you're from, and what you do.
Good morning. My
That's a
name is
big one.
Crystal Moore. I am the founder of More Giving, More Love Incorporated, 501c3 here in Niceville. I tell people Destin, Florida, which is between Pensacola and Panama City. Our goal is to fill the gap of food insecurity between senior citizens and children, families with children. So we typically we're in Florida. We go all the way from Pensacola all the way down to Miami, and then we do parts of Georgia as well.
Great, thank you. Miss Kimberly, can you put yourself back on mute, please? Kimberly Jackson. Okay, how about Donna Benton? Donna.
Good morning. My name is Donna Chase Benton. I am in Lake Mary.
Hold on 1 minute. Kimberly, Miss Jackson, can you put your phone on mute, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Donna, we ready.
Good morning. I'm Donna Chase Benton. I'm actually in Lake Mary, Florida, which is right outside Orlando. I do not have a nonprofit. I'm actually here to learn. And I do have a desire to start one, but so I'm at the beginning stage.
Okay, let's see, where are we at? How about Priscilla Hill? Priscilla Hill?
It's okay, I'm back. So,
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Priscilla.
Yeah, tell us
Hi.
about yourself, Priscilla.
Yeah, so my name is Priscilla Hill. I am in Orlando, Florida. And just like the other young lady, I am at the beginning stages of starting to create a nonprofit.
Oh, that's good, Priscilla, because you're in the right place. You have some people who have had a nonprofit for 20 years or more. Some people have had it for 5 years. Some people have just started, and some people who haven't started. So you're in the right place, and I think you're going to be way ahead of the game. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so you guys can see my screen. Let me get a wave that you can see my screen. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I'm going to jump right into this. So this was an email that I sent out. It was a survey. What topic or question would you like to learn concerning grant writing? So this is one of the first ones. And I don't know who sent this question, but it was such a great question. It was kind of one question in the whole survey. So it was about assessing funds, and we're gonna go there a little later, talk about where do you assess funds. We're gonna go to grant writing school, and I'm gonna give you a link to go to Grant Station. So we'll review that later, because you really need to go to a database, a business that houses the list of funders and where you get grants from. Otherwise, you'll be Googling, and Google will lead you to somebody's Facebook page and then Instagram, and you'll be all over the place. So always like to get access to a database. It really saves time. They always ask some critical things to include in a grant. So I'm going to go over that in just a moment. They ask the do's and don'ts of grant writing a grant. That was such a great question. I don't know who asked that question. If you want to put your name in the chat and say, hey, it was me, I would love to acknowledge you. And then a really good one, because a lot of people hate writing grants. Like, even when you all learn, you're like, oh, that was good, but I don't want to write the grant. But you will have to write your grant. You know why? And I'm not saying for the long term, because even when you get to a grant writer, they have to pull things out of you. So you end up writing it anyways. So the question was finding a grant writer and criteria to look for when selecting a grant writer. Great question. Elaine, such a great question. You asked about the do's and don'ts. So this question was in like one, would answer to one survey question. So here's the answers to those questions. I'm going to go over each one. So when you're talking about assessing funds, again, I mentioned Grant Station. The critical thing is to include in a grant really is paying attention to what the funder is asking for. Okay, so because they're going to give you guidelines, and those guidelines are in something that's called an RFP. I hope you guys got your notebook and your pen and paper, because it's better to write notes, because sometimes you'll get downloads, even stuff that I'm not even saying. So it's important for you to have some pen and paper with you. So paying attention to what the funder is asking for, That's really critical. They're gonna say, include this, include your statement of purpose, your objections, your need statement. They're gonna tell you what to put in it. And then there's some other things that you may not see that they don't ask for. Storytelling is such a big thing that I always tell people who are in my grant writing classes what to put in it. The do's and don'ts of grant writing. Okay, so let me go back here, and I want to go through this. I think my slide got out of order. Okay, critical things to include in grant. You want to use the funder's language. When I say use the funder's language, they're going to use words like, because they're going to say what our mission is to, make sure that we live in a more equitable planet. Guess what? I want you to use that word equitable. Our nonprofit serves the community to make sure our community has a more equitable chance at, surviving or whatever. You want to use their words, because when you use their words inside your grant proposal, they're gonna think, okay, we speak in the same language, right? That's how we do if we go to neighborhoods or we join communities. When they speak our same language, or they'll say something that we say too, you're like, oh, these people, yeah. So some things to include in the grants is all the requested items that they ask for. If they ask for your 990, please include that. It's very, very important. And another thing to include in the grant is having a sound budget. Now, what do I mean by that? You can't ask for $1 million and say, okay, this $1 million is, I'm gonna say 750 of it is for, paying salaries, and the rest of it is for the next 250 just for serving the community. It's your budget has to make sense. And when I say that, I want to ask you, does anybody know what I mean when I say your budget has to make sense? Go ahead and type in the chat room, what do you think that means? Or you can use the raise your hand option and I'll call on you. Okay, so no one, I don't see anybody yet. So I'm going to just assume, okay, so Crystal says, yeah, Crystal is saying yes, she thinks she knows, and she says yes. So I love that. Thank you, Crystal. But when I say your budget has to make sense, what you're asking for has to line up with your numbers. If you say the $1,000 budget that I asked you guys to put in, it has to make sense. You can't say I'm going to use this $1,000 just to build a new website. Although I think that's fantastic, you have to break down that $1,000. Itemize is the word, Gail. You go, girl. Itemize is the word. And I have somebody else trying to get in. Itemize is the word. Itemize, but even when you itemize, it has to make sense. A budget that lines up with the request and use the dynamics. Yes, 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 yes. Raphael, you had said something a little earlier, identifying grants adequately for our segments of work. Yes, I love it, you guys. I told you we're gonna learn from each other. The number has no line. Okay, Jean said funds have to be spent on the item named in your budget. Boom, right there. Because sometimes we give them budgets that it has nothing to do with, what's on the budget or what they ask for. So it's important that your budget makes sense. Okay, I love it. I love it. Keep them coming in. So this telling me you're picking up what I'm putting down. You're picking up what I'm putting down, as they say. Awesome. Fantastic, guys. 1 second. I'm trying to get Miss Sandra here in here. Another Sandra. Funds need to support your mission. Yes. What you're asking for must line up with what you're actually doing. Yes. All the funds need to be utilized for exactly what you say they are. Absolutely. You hit the nail. All of these are right, you guys. And again, you're going to get the recording. So I really want you to watch this on the replay so you can gain some more insights from what everybody's saying, because it's really, really important to make sure the budget is really most of your grant, because they're going to hear what you say and your words are going to paint a picture. But if your budget does not make sense, they're gonna be like, nope, next, or in the garbage can. So it's really important that you understand what they mean by making sure your budget is sound. 1 second, guys. Somebody said, Aretha, you need an assistant. Say it out loud, because I do. But you know what? Just like you guys do, when you hire some people, and they say they have certain skills and they don't work out sometimes, that's been my case. But God's gonna send me the right person, just like he's gonna send y'all the right person to help y'all move your mission forward, because that's what we need a lot of times, you know, just the right people. Okay, so here, I'm gonna go back up to this slide. Okay, volunteers. Somebody said assessing funds. Listen, we always think about grants as money, but it doesn't always have to deal with money, right? And when we hear the word fund, we think of money. Makes sense, right? But your volunteers, if you've been in any one of my grant writing courses, my grant writing challenge, or any one of the classes I've taught, your volunteer is your biggest way to bring in funds. Volunteer hours, make sure you track your volunteer hours, because your volunteer hours are worth. Anybody know how much the volunteer hour worth is right now to this day? If you don't, you can Google it. How much is a volunteer or nonprofit worth? I believe it's $27. Is it 27 or 28? But you have to track your volunteer hours, because when we get to the matching grant part, that's what they're gonna say. Because a lot of times we're running these nonprofits, people say, it don't make sense how you're able to accomplish all this and you have no money, because volunteers do the work. But volunteers do the work of the church, volunteers do the work of a lot of big major nonprofits. And that's one of the things I want to do, is talk about the goodwill effect in a moment. $29, it went up, Danita, because we're in a new year. Thank you. It went up. Last year was $28.71. $29.95 right now. So make sure you keep track of all your volunteers. And guess who is a volunteer if you're not getting paid? You are, my friend. You are a volunteer of your own nonprofit if you're not able to pay yourself. So make sure you keep track of your hours. Another way, also, excuse me, volunteers know other people, and volunteers usually are also contributing to your nonprofit. They are giving you their money a lot of times to help with your fundraising, to help your event, to pay for things that your nonprofit can't afford. Also, people that you know other people. And when I say people that you know, that can be friends or families. And if you got friends or families who don't support you, then stick with the ones who do when it comes to your nonprofit. Everybody will not support you because they're in the back watching to see what happens. But you know, keep staying positive, keep having a positive attitude, because eventually they will catch on. Again, they work for other corporations, right? They work for other corporations. So make sure that you are saying, hey, does your nonprofit or your corporation give grants to nonprofits? Oh yeah, we do. But then you also got to make sure you're a match for them, right? So we don't want to blind them by sending a proposal and we're not a match for them. And then accessing funds, I mentioned a grant database. Who uses a grant database right now? Type in the chat room which grant database you use right now, if you're using one. Oh, a lot of people using GrantStation. Awesome sauce. I hope you got my discount from GrantStation. Grant Writing School is partnered with GrantStation. It's normally costs $6.99 a year, but GrantStation allows us to offer it to you for $95. So everybody's using, oh, Elaine, you're paying the big bucks. Candid, because I was using Candid. It cost me $200 a month to use Candid. So make sure that you check out GrantStation and see if there's a a way you can reduce your, but Candid is great. Candid, Google is another great one. And I know I said when you go on Google, you end up going, off script, but Google is still a good way to find funders, because what you want to do, you want to use Google sometimes to find your community foundations or your local foundations and businesses in your area. I always tell people, when you're looking for grants, check within a 5, 10, 20-mile radius of where your nonprofit is or where you live. When you're driving down the street, every major corporation that you see, I don't care if it's the McDonald's, the Target, it's the Wawa, it's a CVS pharmacy, They all have funding that they give away. Just the other day, excuse me, I had to get a drink. I sent my daughter to get me some ink for from a Staples, and she went to say, because they're closing that location. I said, are you serious? She said, yeah, everything was like 25% off, 30% off. I said, you know what? This is a good time to take a donation letter to them to ask them for donation. And guess what? I didn't do it because I don't need anything, but I told another nonprofit, hey, the Staples is closing off East Colonial Drive. You should take your donation letter up there. They loaded a box of things for her, and it's like, here, take it. So you don't know. So sometimes funds don't come in form of cash, but it comes in the form of in-kind gifts. Write this down, in-kind, the word in, like out and in kind. It's basically something that somebody is giving you that has a monetary value, except that it is not cash. So think about who is close to you, what corporations are close to you. And again, you want to read their criteria and make sure that you are a match for them. So excellent, excellent question. Okay, I want to stop right now and see if you have any questions for me. Use the raise your hand option or type them in the chat. I didn't see any in the chat. Anybody have any questions? Okay, excellent. So the other question they asked was critical things to include in the grant. I think I've said this more than once. You want to use the funder's language. Sometimes some organizations are not saying the word homeless anymore. They use the word unhoused because not everybody is homeless like we see, you know, on the street. Homeless veterans are people who may be on drugs. It could just be people like, I don't want to say me because I don't want to claim that, but just people who fell on hard times that are unhoused. They don't have their own house, their own dwelling. So read their criteria and look for words that you've never seen before and look them up and see what they mean by that. Because you've got to, again, you've got to speak their language. So you want to use their language in your grant. Also, again, I can't say enough about using the requested items that they ask for and tell stories. So when I tell people to tell stories about their nonprofit, I always say, start with the word imagine. Imagine leaving prison and you've been in prison 27 years and all they gave you was a bus ticket and $27. What are you going to do? This happens every day when people are being released from prison. Then you just hear that, you just saw that in your mind because you probably know somebody in prison. I have family members in prison, but you want to start with storytelling. And it's your story. Even if you have no history, you want to tell why you start that nonprofit. Imagine losing your hair. And I'm talking about, I'm using you, Donna. This is not your story, I'm just making stuff up. Imagine you losing your hair and you tried the medication, you went to all kinds of doctors and you didn't know how, but you attended a hair show and somebody gave you the solution. Well, this is what happened to Donna when she used, you know, Miss Bert's hair products. So I'm just saying, you want to start your stories like that. And then again, I can't say enough is to have a sound budget. That's one of the things you want to include in the grant. So Brian has a question. For the volunteer hours, you track when you volunteer for others and your organization? No, it's only for your organization, unless it's a partnership, but it's about your organization, okay? And then can we also track the hours of those that volunteer at our events? Absolutely. We don't even think about that time that people spend helping us. It's so critical. Even if somebody's doing it virtually, keep that in mind because we are in a virtual world. You want to track that time. And I'm telling you, those hours that add up because when we get to the budget, you're going to see that somebody had $297,000 worth of volunteer hours. That's a lot of money that they did not have to use, but they were able to accomplish everything that they had planned to accomplish. All right, how are we doing? We doing good? Excellent, awesome. So the do's and don'ts of grant writing. Okay, you do want to proofread. I have been guilty, and I apologize when you got the email that said "ho" instead of "how." It happens. I'm sorry. I have done that. So I apologize if you have read my email that said that. I wasn't calling you a hoe. I was trying to say, how are you doing? Not ho, how are you doing? So it happens. read and proofread, and then don't you proofread, because when we're reading things, and it happens to me, and I don't want to use the words that people use, but when we're reading things, we read what we see in our mind. So let someone else read it, okay? And let them see what you are saying on paper, because that's how you're introduced to the funder. They're reading your story. So that's one of the do's, and there are many others, and you guys can pop some do's in the chat room, those of you who are experienced grant writers. Do follow instructions to the T. If they did not ask you for certain things, don't give it to them because you think it's going to help your grant. What you're doing is wasting their time and your time. So you want to follow instructions and give exactly what they ask for. Here's a good one. You don't want to wait until the night before the deadline. I have known people that have done that and that have reached out to me and said, hey, can you help me with this grant? You're not gonna make it because you will be that person that had a mistake. You call the funder whole and say how. I mean, and it happens a lot. So make sure that you don't wait until the deadline, because a lot of times you're gonna miss things. And you don't want to make up things just to get the grant. You guys have seen these quotes that I've had in here. I want you to you know, you could screenshot it, but again, you're going to get this. And so Brian says in the chat, how do we acquire the money for the reported volunteer hours? Okay, so it's not, I love that question, Brian, because I know other people are thinking that. You're not getting money for the volunteer hour? Okay, so it's the value of volunteer hours. When you're writing your grant, you will have a spreadsheet or Excel spreadsheet that has in-kind donation. When the volunteer is volunteering, that's called in-kind. So they're not giving you their money, they're giving you in-kind, they're giving you their service. So the value of that, if I volunteer for 10 hours, that's $290, okay? So you're claiming that money as a source of income, but it's in an in-kind category. Brian, this is a great question. I'm so glad you asked that. And also when people ask you to apply for a matching grant, you're using those in-kind hours as the matching money. Does that make sense? You're not matching, you're not asking people for $29 so a funder can give you $29. That volunteer hour is worth $29. So that's what you're putting in and say, hey, we have volunteers that have volunteered for 5,000 hours worth of $10,000. So now you can match it with your $10,000. Does that make sense? I want to make sure that it makes sense. You can unmute yourself, Brian, if that's not clear. If you're able to unmute yourself.
Yes, this is his wife. Hey, Aretha. Yes, that makes total sense, I think.
Okay. Awesome. I want to make sure you get it. So tell me what I just said to you, because I want to make sure you get it.
So basically you're saying that if we have a total of 500 hours when we're writing the grant, we can inform the people that this is the amount of hours and it equates to this amount. And that's why we're asking for such and such amount of money.
Exactly.
Okay.
Somebody else was chiming in? Was somebody else saying something? Okay. No. Okay, so Claudia said, do set aside time to let your grant rest. Yes, before submitting. Rest means you step away from the grant writing process for a couple of days and reread your grant with fresh eyes to make sure what you've written makes sense. So good, Claudia. And Claudia is going to do her session in the fourth quarter, and you definitely want to stay around for that. Tamara, I hope that's how you pronounce your name instead of Tamara. You can unmute yourself.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. You said it correctly. So back to what we were just discussing. Are you saying that the amount of volunteer hours, you get the money in the grant? Because I also heard you say in kind, and I just want to be clear on that.
Right. It's both. It's both. It's in kind, because there's two sections of grants. They may ask you, let me stop because I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to show you an example when I look at a budget, but when you're claiming the amount of money that came in and you have no tangible dollars, is the in-kind hours that you're claiming. Does that make sense?
It kind of makes sense, but I think I'll understand it better once you go into it later.
Okay, so you'll be able to see the numbers, and I understand sometimes you can't see it visually, and people need to see it visually.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So great. Thank you for putting that in the chat room, Claudia. Okay, so here is another one. Somebody said finding a grant writer. What criteria to look for? You want to look for experience. Okay, somebody has experience, but don't always count out that one. You may get somebody who say, I don't have experience, but I want to learn and I want to become a grant writer. It's okay to use them, but make sure you're satisfied with the work. Don't send it in. Obviously you wouldn't. I don't think you guys would, but you want to make sure you're satisfied with it. And you want to check for references. I have under my desk, like binders of grants that I used to write or grants that I used to review. You could check by stuff they've seen, or, you know, word of mouth is everything, right? Somebody referring you to someone else. That's so critical. You say, hey, I've used her, she's good, you know, even if you didn't get the grant, because nobody can promise you a grant. They can do the best they can, but sometimes the funder decides who gets the grant. Maybe they ran out of money. And you also want to deal with somebody who has integrity. You don't want them to say, look, we're gonna make this stuff up so you can get the grant. No, because sometimes the grant funder will call back on you and say, what do you actually do? Tell us what you actually did. Now, I've seen people who said that they were gonna have parenting programs just to get the money, and they didn't have no parenting programs in their grant. So it's very important. Okay, so great stuff. Elaine, I received this link as a sample of how to track your hours. Yay, you guys click on that link. I want to share with everybody. Love it. I told you, you were in a room that you were going to get some resources and make connections. Sandra said donors love to see your volunteer hours opportunity. Yes, and I know Sandra is probably going to tell you a lot, because I've seen this girl in action over the years, and she makes stuff happen. Okay, Jean says, okay, if you're applying for another grant that is different from food insecurity and going into another phase, can you count those volunteer hours toward the requested match? This may be a question for later. No, perfect question for now. As long as a volunteer for your nonprofit, it doesn't matter what they do. If it's for the nonprofit, right? So sometimes they're using this area and they're using that area. So great question. So is Microsoft NTA, is that NTA in kind? Lashika, what is that? NTA? Or was that a typo?
No, it's not a typo. They have a nonprofit accelerator program right now for Black-led nonprofits. So they're giving away like the entire 365. You get Azure credits. You get it's a ton of stuff. So would that be considered in kind?
Absolutely. And so
Okay.
you want, yeah, you guys, and I'm glad you put that NTA. When you guys are doing that, like if you abbreviate the name of your nonprofit, spell it out the first time and put it in parentheses so people can follow along. That's the one another do's and don't, because USN stands for a lot of different things. It stands for US Navy. It stands for so many other things. So make sure you do that. Yeah, Danita says, what are the best programs to track volunteer hours aside from Excel? Of course, yes. There's so many. Look for a CRM. You got HubSpot, Asana, and you can get these things from TechSoup at a discount. So make sure you check that. Lashika said Smartsheet. Good, awesome. All right, I think we caught up with your questions. I love it. Lashika, I can see you come in. Yay, welcome. I'm still emailing people who can't get in, so I hope everybody got the link. Somebody said, oh, okay, yeah, step away. Yeah, take care of your family. I understand. Yeah, so make sure you'll get this on the replay. I just got a direct message from somebody. Do AmeriCorps offer volunteer grant writers? AmeriCorps, people put up there what they want to volunteer to do sometimes. So yeah, you can check that out. Look for college students, look for, volunteer groups. Do you still have discount? Do you still have discount for TechSoup? I don't have a discount for TechSoup. I have the discount for GrantStation. So if you go to TechSoup.org, Lashika, would you put that in the chat? You can get discounts, usually 30, 50, up to 80% off of technology products, software, hardware. That's computers, that's software like you mentioned in Microsoft Office. So you want to check that out. You have to have your 501c3 as well. Okay, so here was the next question that somebody put in the survey, which I love. I don't know. I want to set up a blanket submission package. Like I want to send it out to everybody. I have a hit and this is the second part of the question. I've had hit and miss on my grant application, although I have just started requesting grant services. Okay, so you don't want to send out a blanket grant submission to everybody because not everybody asks for the things that other funders are asking for. That's why I say you have to read. That's one of the do's and don'ts. You have to read what the funder is requesting. That's very important. If you send out a blanket submission package, it's just not going to work for everybody. They're going to be like, what is she talking about? We don't even serve this type of audience. So I understand where you may have had a hit or miss on the grant application package and you just started requesting grant services. Okay, so yeah, continue to learn, continue to take grant writing courses. It doesn't matter whether it's at your public library or where you come to grant writing school, but just continue to learn on your process. I would like to learn the buzzwords and budgeting needs language and calculations. So just quickly, here are some of the buzzwords that you will see over and over again. Okay, your mission, you're gonna see that a lot. So we all start out easy, right? The mission statement is one of the first things you do, but you have to know your mission in and out and be prepared to describe your mission in 60 seconds and how you work at it each day to fulfill it. And Claudia is going to do that session after me today. And she's great at helping you just tell you, it's like an elevator speech and just grab people's attention. You're going to hear the word history. And I know a lot of people say, well, I just started, I'm new, you know, but if you don't know your history, or excuse me, your nonprofit don't have history, what inspired you to start the nonprofit? That is the history, if you don't have a history. So your history also concludes some milestones that you've had in your nonprofit, some success stories, how you were recognized, you know, by the city or county, or even your board members. One of your board members recognized your organization for saving her son or her daughter's life. That's so, so key. And you got to be able to provide some success stories to basically demonstrate your capabilities as a nonprofit. Great, in the chat room, Cassie says UCF as a nonprofit volunteer, perfect. See all these resources right here in the chat. So funding opportunity, you hear the word funding, basically they're asking you, how are you going to sustain your organization? Do you or will you have any major contributor? Now I know a lot of people say, well, I'm new, I don't have any major contributors. Your board members should be contributing. Have you guys heard of the give, get, or get off policy? Your board members, not all, but most board members have a policy where you ask the board members to help raise funds. If they can't give it, you say, hey, can you help us raise 1,500 or 15,000 this year? But if they can't help you get it or give it themselves, then people usually, you know, dismiss them as you're growing. Also, with funding, they're asking you, how do you fundraise? And there's many ways of fundraising. You have your events that you do, but now we got social media. Are you using social media to fundraise? Big. We got a major social media player here that has 170,000, or I might be wrong, but over 50,000 people on their social media, and they can talk to you about that in a moment. The need, you're going to hear that a lot. Can you show a significant need for your organization's program? Like, you need my money, but can you show the need in writing in your community? Like, does your community really have a need to feed more people? If you say yes, show the need in writing. Like, what's the demographics? what's real issue? What real issue are you solving? You got to research and put that some statistical data on how you problem solve, okay? And then again, the numbers are so important. Another buzzword is capabilities. Are you able to promote your members of your board? You know, are they knowledgeable? Please, if you have a daycare, don't put everybody who's a plumber on your board. It's not, it doesn't work. You have to have people who are prepared to, you know, describe their education, because a lot of times your board, the funder will ask for the education and experience. Also, you got to convince this funder that you're a competent leader. So you're going to see that word a lot. Okay. Objectives, you will see that over and over and over again on your grant writing. Basically, your objective is what's going to happen afterwards. If, for example, if you were going to mentor kids in 3rd grade because 90% of them failed 3rd grade, is your objective to make sure that 50% of them pass the next grade after they go to your mentoring, your tutoring, your reading program. So that's one of the objectives. So that's very important. You'll see that over and over. Make sure I'm looking in the chat. Methods, you'll see that a lot on grants. So they basically want a step-by-step of how you will meet that objective. I just mentioned the 3rd graders. How are you going to meet that? Are you going to offer reading 5 days a week or 3 days a week? They want a step-by-step method how you will accomplish that objective. Okay, down to the smallest detail. And I advise you to sit down with your board members or whoever is going to be working with you and write down everything. Just throw out everything. And then when you do that, write down what can you actually do. Okay, you're going to see the word evaluation a lot when you're writing big grants. Now, Claudia may mention this, Claudia Humphrey may mention this later. This is usually on government grants, but I see, or grants that are 10,000 or more. They want to know, how will you evaluate the success of your project? So you got to take some time to write down how you evaluate, or who you know will be involved and what the costs will be to incur. So it's a lot of things that go into this process. So I'm going to stop right here. When I feel like I'm talking too much, I want to stop to make sure that you have a clear understanding. Are there any questions? Or I'm good to keep going.
Ms. Aretha,
yes.
Do you mind talking a little bit about evaluation tools that are used?
Yes. Now, it depends on your nonprofit too. For example, I wish I could pull it, but you won't be able to see it. I saw an organization that helps the blind and the needy and disabled. They had evaluation tools of how they were able to help not only the recipient, but also their family. So they had lines, like I said, Excel spreadsheet, and they had in the top, person will complete learning how to use Braille in 6 months. Second line, person will reach their family members in 1 year. So they had lines or Excel spreadsheets of each way they were going to evaluate the success of how their program was working. Make sense? But it's different for everybody. So when you do your evaluation for STEM, I don't know if you ever thought about how you evaluate the success of that project you're working on. What was the outcome that you used to come to, that evaluation? And then also, how much did it cost? Did you have to bring in another person to help you, another teacher or speaker or educator to help you with that? And then what was the cost? So that way. Gail said, I wrote a grant, excuse me, with a team and received the largest amount of money in the state. I used a team. Yes, it takes a team sometimes especially when you're going for these larger grants, right? Excuse me. Awesome, great questions. I'm gonna give you a couple more buzzwords and then we're gonna move on. You're gonna hear the word sustainability a lot because people are thinking, when I give you this money, what next? How are you gonna move on? Because are you just relying on our grant No, in order to sustain your organization, you have to be doing fundraising. You have to be doing events to generate money. So you gotta know exactly how you will continue to fund your projects once that grant funds run out, okay? And they wanna hear your plan. It's important that this is how you're gonna convince them that you're a great partner with them, okay? You're gonna see the word budget a lot, so you definitely have to learn how to develop a detailed line on the budget. And I'm gonna, for the sake of time, go to Google and show you different budgets, okay? Because I know that a lot of people have different types of budget, and you need to know the difference between the operating budget and the project budget. So it's not as fancy as you think it is. It sounds fancy, operating and project. No. So your project budget is your project. If it's an after school program, then what does it cost to run that after school program? But then your operating budget could be everything, the after school program, plus paying a salary, plus buying food for the kids, plus, transportation. It's everything, okay? So it's not as fancy as it sounds when you hear the word operating and project budget. So don't get afraid. You're like, what do they mean? That's exactly what they mean, okay? So compliance, when you're going for those big grants, be sure that you update on your annual fee. Like we're in February. That's why I want to do this in February, because I know everybody's thinking about taxes. You're paying your annual fee to stay incorporated. You're doing your new sales tax exemption. You're getting ready to do your 990 by May 15th if you haven't done it already. Some people have already done it. So you want to be able to provide this information and your 501c3. Make sure those of you who don't have the 501c3 yet, when you get it, make multiple copies, because when you lose it, it's hard to get it again. The IRS has been putting them online, but they don't always put them all online. So just make sure that you do make a copy of your 501c3. So I spent a lot of time going over things. What I'm gonna do is just, what I spent a lot of times letting people in the room, that's what I did. But what I'm gonna do is take a break right now and take my screen down and see if there's any questions. Any questions, feel free to use the raise your hand option. Okay, this means that you guys have been what they say, picking up what I'm putting down. This is good. Okay, so what I want to do is take a little break, take a 5-minute break, and let you walk away from the screen if you want. Rest your eyes, and then we'll come back, and I'm going to just answer some questions and have Miss Bert come on and with us. So I'm going to keep my sound on, and I'll see you back in like 5 minutes. Okay, has this been good, you guys, so far? Has this been good, guys, so far? Nakia jumping in. Okay,
Yes.
great. Awesome. I want to make sure that you're getting what you need. We're going to pick back up on some of those questions. But I just want to kind of take a break because I know I hit you with a lot early this morning, right? A lot of stuff. But so we want to just take a little break and have a little fun. There was a person that came to me that wanted to start a nonprofit. Actually, no, I contacted him because I wanted to break this up and have a little fun. And lo and behold, he wanted to start a nonprofit. And so I'm like, oh, well, I can help you with that. And that's what we did. We worked out where he could come here. And you know what? I'm so excited that he was able to take some time to be here with us today. And I ended up doing his nonprofit. So he has the Will K Foundation. And I had a slide to introduce him, but it's saying part of your slide didn't reload. So that's what it is. It is what it is. So this person is featured on the Ricky Smiley Morning Show every Monday morning, you guys. And that's big when you get on a syndicated radio show every week, like not one time, every week. Thank you guys for your comments in the chat. And so I wanted to make sure Miss Bert was ready to come on because she has some questions to ask about her own nonprofit. You guys, who was or is a Tyler Perry fan? Some people aren't not now. But if you are, then you're gonna really love this character. This character is a person that doesn't do any cursing. Well, rarely. Everybody curses every now and then, but this person is fantastic. And what I want to do is take a little break while we're waiting for that person to come on and spin the wheel for a moment. So I'm gonna make sure you guys can see my screen. All right, we're gonna spin the wheel and see who gets the next prize. Oh man, this was Cashman. Anthony, are you here? Uh-oh, must be here to win.
Don't sound like Anthony here.
Oh, don't sound like Anthony here. So
You gonna have to spin that to get it somebody else.
Yep. Okay. Well, let's spin it to give it somebody else. Let's see. That was Miss Burt, you guys. Okay. Wendy, Dr. Wendy Warlock, are you here? Oh, you kidding me?
Sound like Wendy here now.
Wendy, are you here? Yes, in the chat room. Yes, in the chat room. Okay, pick a number. Number one is gone, so you gotta pick number 2, 3, or 4. Pick one of those numbers. She always wins anyways when she comes to my event. 2, number 2, let's see what you get. Number 2, ooh, you get a $25 Amazon card. Yes. So do me a favor, guys, email me your address so I can put this out in the mail to you. Congratulations, I'm gonna move you from the wheel and we're gonna close this down. Awesome, yay. Wonder what you're gonna buy. Miss Burt, thank you so much.
Good morning, how you?
I'm doing great, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to keep up with you in this grant, right? I
know.
said, but y'all going on the internet, you can't me too fast, so I'm gonna have to go back.
Yeah, you're gonna have to watch the replay. That's why I'm recording it so everybody can watch this on the replay.
Now I got a question for you.
Okay.
Excuse me. Now you say you need to speak their language.
Yes.
I reckon I better put I reckon in the proposal, huh?
No, good question.
We want I reckon in proposal.
Okay, Miss Burt, you keep going in and out because of your background, but we got you a little bit. But no, you don't want to put I reckon. Right. That's a good question. No slang like we say, we finna, I reckon, none of that. So we don't want to put none of that. You want to You want to speak proper English, making sure it's grammatically correct. And that's what I love about
English.
Microsoft, because it'll make sure you're grammatically correct. Oh, I love you, Beth. Look at your stuff, Miss Bert. Yeah, President.
My picture there when I with Dr. K.
Yes.
I got those bubbles up here too.
All right. I see
Now,
President.
we used to say we gotta speak their language in proper greeting. Now, when we get the writing proposal, is it in a kind of recommended font that you put it in, or you just type it up?
Oh, you asked a great question. Sometimes they will give you the font that they want it in. It'll tell you. Yes, yes, it will tell you, put it in Arial. If it does not say, you want to put it in New Times Roman or Arial. Those are the two main fonts that we use in grant writing. So that is
New Times, what now?
New New Times Roman.
New Times Roman.
Yes.
They speak the law language.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to make sure I keep up, because what I'm trying to do, we're trying to get a building. You know, I know they give you grants when you first get started if you need a new building.
Ms. Burt, you got to really know somebody that's going to give you a grant for a building. But that's a great question, because that's what a lot of people think, that you can get a grant for a building. But it's possible. It's not, I'm not going to say no, but usually funders who give you big money, they want to see some history. So when you're new, you want to start with $1,000, the $5,000. But when you start to go for the big money, 10,000, 20,000, then you have to have some history. So.
And you better make sure you have your hours good and recorded too, huh?
Yeah, exactly. You were paying attention to that part.
I sure was. When you said put down how much you work. All right, and you said for the stuff that you use to record your hour, is there anything you just recommended, or you just got a preference on you gonna use over there?
I don't have a preference, but everybody has their system. Some people, I've gone to other people's nonprofit, and they had a paper write-in sheet. They were keeping it down, and then they would just have somebody input it in Excel or something like that. The main thing is to keep track. All right, and then you'll keep track if you're doing marketing too, right? Like if they say, if I'm about to talk about the nonprofit, they're considered something I can track too. Say that again. If I'm going out talking about my nonprofit, you know what the folk call it? They call it the market. When you go out and you telling folk about your business, you got, if I hire somebody to do that, they consider hours too. Yes, ma'am. All right now. Yeah. I just want to make sure I get jot down now, because I ain't trying to mess up. Right, but you said if you hire somebody, so not hiring, if somebody volunteered to do that on your behalf. They volunteer. Yeah, that's the key word. Key word, gotta speak their language. That's right. All right. I just trying to make sure I get everything down and I understand. Yeah, you're doing great then. You wrote down a lot. I hope everybody else got some of that stuff you wrote down. I had to get my note. Now you say we're gonna get to go. You say TechSoup, wasn't it? TechSoup.org. TechSoup.org. Yep. That's where you get your discount products. For the discount product. All right. I just want to make sure I had everything together. You did. That was great. I'm so proud of you. You've been writing down. I hope everybody else wrote stuff down, because you're doing so good. Thank you. Thank you. Well, Ms. Burt, thank you so much for coming on. Hopefully you're gonna stay on with us for a little bit. I'll be here. You talking about you gonna run at 3 o'clock? I'm gonna have to stop and go get me something to eat, because I'll be on fell out by then. All right, Rita. Okay, thank you. We'll holler. Okay, holler at you. Keep on preaching now, all right? Okay, Ms. Burt. All right. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh man, that was good. We needed that break of comedy, right, y'all? Oh my God, that was good. Oh my God. I love it. Okay. Anybody, we're gonna put Will K's information in the chat if you want him to speak at your event, or just come online or do a virtual. We'll place the information in the chat. Oh my God, that was good. Oh, okay. Back to work. Back to work. Okay, all right. I'm looking at a lot of faces that I recognize. The Trash Vegan. Hello, Ryan, Claudia. Awesome. Claudia, keep me on track. What time were you supposed to come on?
Is it Claudia Humphrey or Claudia Jean? I see two.
That's right. I got two Claudias.
That's right. 11 a.m. I'm supposed to be on for 11, but I'm ready
Okay.
whenever you need me.
Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so 11. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is go back to do some more questions that you guys asked. I'm so excited. And guess what? Who applied for the $1,000 grant? Put it in the chat. I'm so proud of you guys for stepping up, being bold, and doing that. I'm really, really very proud of you. So yes, thank you everyone for doing that. Yes, Black Mastermind did. That's what I'm saying. The first ones, you repping your nonprofit. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen again and go back to some of your questions that you put on the survey, which again were amazing. Can you see my big PowerPoint? All right, you see the main screen and not my other screen, right? Awesome. Give me a thumbs up, somebody. Okay, awesome. Okay, so they asked about keywords. Keywords when applying for grants that you should and should not use within the grant. So we're gonna look at that on Grant Station, but I will tell you, keywords are either what you do or who you tend to help, and sometimes keywords could be your demographics. Demographics like the unhoused, keywords like women, men, economic development, community development. So those are some of the keywords, but we're gonna look at keywords when we go to grant writing, Grant Station. Companies that focus on minority grants and grants for women. So that's something that you may not find in that database, but I think you will, because I've seen the word minority in that database. So pin, whoever sent this question, let's pin that and let's use that word when we look for grants at Grant Station. So the other question they asked, if a nonprofit is raising funds, let's say the goal is $6,000 and one finds a grant for $5,000. It's an example. Should one request the full amount of the grant if the first time applying for this particular grant, or should one scale back and only ask for, let's say $2,500? That's a great question. And I copy these questions exactly the way you gave them to me. And that's a great question. So first of all, you definitely have to follow the grant criteria. If the grant says it's for $1,000, you only want to put the budget of your 1,000. So if you have a grant for 5,000, just pull $1,000 worth of information and put it in that $1,000 grant. So if your goal is $6,000 and the grant is for $5,000, then pull in the $5,000 worth of proposal information and budget. Make sense? Can I get a thumbs up? I'm trying to keep you guys engaged too, because I know, like, watching these screens, put a yes in the chat room if that makes sense. If it doesn't, unmute yourself and let me know. Okay, good. Awesome. I want to make sure that you guys, yeah, I gotta make sure, because this is important. Okay, this was a good one. How do I ensure 100% correct submission? Very few grants are perfect, but there are some who are real, real, real good. Somebody's gonna make one little typo. Somebody's gonna do one little thing, but just make sure you have everything that the funder is requesting. And so the best way to make sure you're doing that is make a checklist. When you're reading the grant, highlight things. Get a yellow marker, highlight things. If it's on the computer, which a lot of grants are electronic, you can highlight things on there, or you can copy those things, those items that they're requesting, and put it on a different sheet. But you want to make a checklist of everything that they're asking for. If they're saying submit a 3-page budget proposal, you want to make sure you only submit 3 pages. Yeah, you submit only 3 pages. If they say your description can only be 350 words, make sure that you made the check. There's only 350 words. So you got to pull your best words that can paint the picture for your nonprofit. If they say your budget has to be, you have to put your operating budget. You got to put your project budget as well. Then you want to put your operating and project budget. If it says just give us your project budget, just give them the project budget. So again, go through it several times and make a checklist. Again, make sure you answer all the questions. That's the one thing. So you can't leave, if you don't know the answer to the question, there's always a contact person where you can call and say, I wasn't sure what you meant by this. So can you explain it on this grant proposal? There's usually a contact person on that grant proposal that you can ask. Again, proofread again and again, but not you. Okay, let someone else proofread it after you have proofread it. Claudia Humphrey gave some great advice. Take a rest, step away from it, come back, look at it again, but have someone else proofread it because they're going to see things that you may have missed. Okay, and know your audience. This is on both sides. This is on the funder side and your community side. Your funder, you're going to hear me say the word funder or grant maker. It's the same thing. They're your audience. That's the person who's reading your grant. That's the person who is going to give you the funding. So you have to know them as well. Are they the type of funder that gives to your nonprofit, or are you blind and submitting just because you say they give $5,000 away to minorities? You have to know that you are a match for them as well as they are a match for you. And then on the other side, you have to know your audience, who is your community, the demographics you're serving. What are their needs? Sometimes the needs change. I've seen people change their mission statement after 5 years because the needs of the community change. Your constituents will dictate to you what they want or what they're in need of, because if you're serving people who are, formerly incarcerated, after they've lived in your transition home, maybe their needs have changed. Now they need to get a job. And so now you're focused on job training. After job training, now they need parenting skills. So you got different needs, and Sandra's going to do a wonderful job going into that after lunch today. Okay, this was a good one. This slide is not showing though. So I'm going to read the question. It says, how can churches, can you guys see it? Oh, you can't see it, right? Give me a thumbs up if you can see that slide. Okay, perfect. How can churches and nonprofits develop proposals and grants for ministry? So the word ministry is used in so many different ways. Some people, I had a lady call and say, let me just say my name, Aretha Simons Ministry. See, that ministry could mean that it's a passion of mine to serve. But some people call their churches ministry. They say, we have a ministry that preaches the gospel and we got 100 members. So people use that word interchangeably. So you have to be careful when you're using that word. And so what I want to do is ask that person to come on to ask that question. But I did, think about some things, asking you, what is a ministry? What is ministry to you? And then what exactly does your church need? Because sometimes nonprofits or community funders don't give to churches because in their minds, you have a steady stream of income of tithes and offerings all the time. So that's why a lot of them don't give to religious organizations, but it's not impossible, but it's very hard to find grants for churches. They want to give to people who don't have access to funds all the time. And you got to remember what a grant is. See, a grant is just a gift. That is the definition of a grant. It can come in form of people donating a building, people donating cars, in-kind donations. It's not always about money. And then again, you have to know your audience. Who are you asking for grants from? Because there was a church here that caught on fire. And then a lot of people saying, oh my God, we saw it on the news and we want to help. And they were able to pour in to that church. But get this, that church didn't have their 501c3, so they missed out on some funding. We were able to expedite their 501c3 because we sent news clippings of the fire and everything, and they got their 501c3 within 7 days, which is like unheard of. So whoever asked that question, would you unmute yourself and share with me some other thoughts around this question? If you're speaking, I can't hear you. If you're here, let us know. Okay, so we're gonna move on. If you catch this on later, let me know if you wanna tackle this question. Okay, so more of your questions. Somebody asked about grants for administrative, salary for the CEO and staff. You have to look for operational grants or look at the grant criteria, and they're gonna say this grant is specifically for projects. Sometimes you can put in these salaries, but again, a lot of people in the past, they're switching now. I've been seeing more of grants for operational. So a lot of people were saying, no, we're gonna get away from paying salaries because we see all of this money going towards salaries and not towards the program. You know, it's not the 80-20 rule where 80% is going toward program and 20% is going towards salaries. So you just have to make sure that you find those words in there. If they say this is for operational, they'll tell you in the grant what the grant could be used for. So celebrities who have foundations for grants and getting an inside contact, that's not hard. And I know you may think it's hard, but somebody knows somebody in your circle or your friends, your family. You probably got a cousin who's a celebrity. Ask them, you know, how do you get in contact? Normally, if they're an A-list celebrity, they have an agent. And they will say, you got to go through my agent to even ask. I've seen people DM celebrities and they see the DM in the Instagram and they give. I've seen that a lot. I can't allow that, Gail. So I've seen that a lot. And you want to just find somebody who knows somebody. I got a gift the other day in the mail whose mother is a celebrity that is my friend, but I'm not friends with the celebrity. And so you have to make sure that you really have a good relationship with that person, because when you do know family members, they want to say, you're my friend, not his friend. So you got to make sure that you can, you know, kind of work with that relationship and ask the right question. But again, you can convince people that you know your community and you're really doing a good job. But if you want to look at the celebrity's website, sometimes they will have the foundation information on there, but most people don't. Most people don't want tons of people going to their foundation. Funders that give scores on the grant application. And how do you know that you weren't funded? Like not a lot of them don't, because believe it or not, a lot of funders just have a one person who's managing everything and they're emailing out the grant for grant reviewers. When I was a grant reviewer for HUD, we would get the grants in the mail. So one person was mailing us these thick binders for grants. And we would have to go through all these pages and they would have tabs in it. And then we would send back the scoring sheet. They allowed us to keep the grants and we would send back just the scoring sheet. When I was a grant writer for United Way, we would have a meeting and we would sit in a big conference room and we would have already scored the sheet, but we would have the grantees come in who are being awarded to still present to us. But usually they give scoring sheets, but some do not. If they don't send your scoring sheet, you can ask them, send an email and say, hey, I applied for this grant, but I was denied. First, I want to thank you. Always send a thank you letter. I gave, I believe Crystal, I don't know, was it $10 or $20? I don't know how much I gave her. And she sent a thank you and it touched me. And I follow her and I'm watching what she's doing. And that's what grant funders are doing. They are watching you, believe it or not, they follow you. And so you have to make sure that, you know, if you don't get a score, that you reach out to them and say, thank you for reviewing, taking the time to review my grant. I didn't get a score, but I wanted to know, you know, if you can give me any insight onto how to make my grant better. Okay. So good question here. What funds can be matched? Who can tell me in the chat what funds can be used for a match? I know everybody should know this now, but we've been talking about it all morning. And then what things count towards in-kind contributions regarding the match? I don't see anybody putting in the chat room, so maybe we got to go over this again. For instance, somebody said, but what Okay, in-kind volunteer hours. There you go, Danita. For instance, I applied for a federal grant that requires a 25% match. Very, very good. When they say a 25% match, again, it is not about money. It is about those in-kind hours given by your volunteers. So that could be for your match. I saw somebody did a grant for the city and it said it's a $10,000 match, and they put on there that we need, it was mainly supplies. They didn't have no volunteer hours on there. I was like, oh my God, did you know you could have got up to $5,000 hours of volunteer money, match? 5,000 of that 10,000 could have been for the volunteer hours. So, wow, so important to know that. If you don't get anything today, then know that that's what your volunteer hours can be used for. And that's what a match, when you see a matching grant, that's what they're talking about. And does a match have to be available at the time of applying for the grant? So yes, because you're going to tell them how you're going to get the match. And I just gave you the answer, which are volunteer hours. So that's a good question. You guys asked some great questions. So that budget, let's look at some budget. And like I said, we don't have time to go into like doing an actual budget, but I want you to look at some budgets, and I'm going to Google what I want you to Google. And that's what I'm gonna show you different types of budgets. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen right quick, and then go to Google. So while I'm going to Google, the person that asked the question about the church, are you still here? Did you wanna unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So what's the question?
Were you the one that submitted the question about how can churches get grants?
Well, really what the question is we have a lot of churches that have a lot of very attractive ministries, ministries that serve the community, that serves the population around them that is in need. For example, we have about 26 churches in Texas that are dealing right now with issues of immigration and so on. So one of the concerns that we have is how we can address the needs for development funding for those ministries in a way that will allow them to continue doing what they are doing, which they are financing exclusively out of their actual budgets, operating budgets from the church. But we are under the strong impression that there is a lot of funding out there that could be used effectively for the kind of issues.
Yes, there is a lot of funding, but it's for separate nonprofits. So I want to challenge all churches to have a separate nonprofit that doesn't say church or the word ministry, because I said earlier, I don't know if you might have been on a phone call or something. Most funders look at churches and they say, well, you already have a steady stream of income from tithes and offerings, but all these other nonprofits, they don't have a steady stream coming in weekly. And so that's why they don't give to churches, because in their mind, like, you're doing it. So if you're doing something that's outside the church, like the immigration, that's a great project. So you should set up a separate 501c3 so that you can reach those funders who give to that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
great.
Sure,
that's
yeah. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay. And I always tell people, I don't know who's been in my workshops, but people have to know that, Moses and business is business. So if we want to have, my friend told me one day, she said, hey, Aretha, Moses is Moses, business is business. And I didn't understand what she said, but I knew it was important because her dad owns a big TV station here. She said, there's a man here, he's Jewish, he sells pork ribs and he makes millions of dollars selling it, but he will not touch the food because he understands the law. He keeps Moses with Moses, but he do business. He keeps business with business. So that's why I try to tell my churches, you can keep the law, you can do good, but when it comes to this type of business, you have to do it the way the other funders are looking for you to do it and have that separate 501c3. So great question. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to show you my screen and we're going to look at some budgets. And again, all I did was Google sample budgets for nonprofits. I have a whole budget class on this. That's why it takes time. So if you just click on any one of these, it's going to pop up Can you guys see it? It's gonna pop up. That's a grant budget here. You got the items, you have a public speaker, his rate per hour, the total cost. You're gonna have different types of budgets. Personnel you need, marketing, printing, how much printing costs, equipment, rental fees. A lot of us are doing rental thing, supplies that you need. Notice there's a headline here. Got the pencils, the plates, and napkins. So you want to write down things for your budget. Here's a source of where it's coming from. Fund for public education. Have you secured the grant? No. They wanted $500. A community grant. They secured a community grant for $150,000. I'm going to say this is 1,000 because this can't be 150. PTO, yes. So, well, maybe it is. This is 732. But I'm just going to click around and show you different sample budgets. Again, you're going to get this on a replay. Workshop facilitator. Can you guys see this? Art supplies. This is breaking down a project budget. And notice it says project. It wrote down the word project budget. So this is what they need for project budget. Elaine, go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you for raising your hand.
Yeah, I have a question with the budget, and this is, it's been interesting because I've gotten two different opinions, particularly with people who are funders who are looking for organizations that have employees. Some say they, that's something they look for, but then I've talked to someone else who said, no, you don't have to have employees, because I don't have employees. I contract everything out or use volunteers. So is there a preference for people for looking at organizations that have actual staff versus those who are using all volunteers? Just want to get your opinion on that.
Yes, and that funder will tell you again on their guidelines, they wanted you to have employees. So that's a grant that's not for you right now. That's all.
Right.
That's not for you. But again, that's for big money. If they want you to have employees, that's for big money. So if you're not in the space to apply for the big money, then go for the small grants to build your history of saying that, hey, these people trusted us with their money. Now we're ready for this. And then when you're ready to go for the big money, you got to be ready for the big audits and all that as well.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's a good point. And I know they also said, if you don't put it on there, if you can't fund it, don't put it on there. So, because that's a big no-no, I guess they said, to make it look like you have it, but you really don't have it. So that's a big no-no.
Yeah. Integrity is so important. You see my little quotes I put on there. Yeah, it's very important. So that's a good, make sure you can do it. Okay.
I have one more question before. So if you want to, because I've had people talk to me about this, partner with someone, and I haven't gone down this path because I just haven't figured out the best way to do that. If you want to partner with another nonprofit to try to go after funding, what do you have in place to make sure that that's going to be equitable and you're going to get your share of it?
Oh, memorandum of understanding, contracts, agreements, because a lot of times they'll have you write your part and they write their part. But I've seen a lot of grants, nonprofits grow by being written under another nonprofit who were able to get the federal dollars, but didn't have the capacity to do that part of the project, and they allowed them to come in. So just make sure there's a memorandum of understanding, even though, guys, even when you have those MOUs and MOAs and contracts, people can still lie and do wrong. And so just pray that doesn't happen to you. And if it does, then make sure you get a copy of the grant, learn your lesson, move on. But I'm saying that because I wanted you guys to know that it does happen. Okay, so again, guys, hey, Casman, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm sorry I lost my voice. That's a good question. I got called the other day that an organization was giving some money, but they weren't able to fulfill the grant. And so they saw the work that I do in the community and reached out to me to basically fulfill the grant and will pay my organization to do it. So Aretha's right. There's ways of partnering. And when we're already doing the work. And people are seeing that. and other people are referring your organization. So storytelling and everything that Aretha is saying is so true. But yes, so I've been reached out, and we have a meeting the end of the month to basically, my organization is going to be getting paid for the work I'm already doing, and I do it out of my pocket.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That is so awesome. So we're gonna move on. Guys, I want you to Google some sample grants. I'm gonna do one last question here. Share my screen so you guys can see this question, which is a great question. I don't know who asked this question, but if you got into this level where you've already filled out your SAMS number, they don't do the DUNS number anymore. I forgot what they call it. It's another number, but you go to sams.gov. This is for the government grant. This is for the big dollars. So when you're ready for the big dollars, you have to have go to sams.gov. Casting your hand was still raised. Did you still have a question? Okay, so you have to go to sams.gov and create an account. And it'll lead you to create another account, because this is how they give your funding, because they don't send it, there's a certain way they have to use it to track you. So you try to get from SAMS, there's no phone number to call, you upload your documents, you keep getting these incidents. What I'm going to suggest you do, because it happened to me a long time ago, is set up a different account using a different email. Okay, Jean, okay, set up a different account using a different email and see if that works. If that doesn't work, then maybe something you're doing wrong. What does the incident say? Say unable to load or what? Jean, you can unmute yourself if you're able to.
ID incident is what I keep getting, Aretha. And it says upload document, uploaded my RS, I've uploaded bank account, I upload even a document that shows our new address and everything. When I keep going, it says ID documentation. And I've uploaded 3 documents and sent them those 3 documents that it comes back to me with a comment saying, upload these documents. And I've done those 3 things.
Wow. And I hate to tell you to do another email, because I know it's a lot of work, but hopefully what I'm gonna tell you guys to do, when you get ready to do your sams.gov account, create a Word document and copy the questions and put them on a Word document. I had to do that for the Masons, because if something happens and the computer shuts down, oh my God, or something happens where you lose that information, you lose the information. So go ahead and put it on a Excel spreadsheet, another document so you can have it. So like I said to Jean, to start all over with a different email and see if that happens. I hate to tell you that, but that sometimes is the thing. So I want to just quickly go to GrantStation. Many of you said you're already using GrantStation, but this is where you find in the database of where you find the money. I'm going to tell you that if you're new to GrantStation, sometimes it's hard to navigate, but not always. So give me 1 second. And who has had luck finding grants on GrantStation? Yay, Jean. See, it works if you work it. It works if you work it. So what I'm gonna do is is go, what I want you to do to get that $95 discount is go to Grant Writing School, so you can click on the right link and then you can get access to GrantStation. This is what it's going to look like. You'll see the grant writing link. It says GrantStation, and you'll click here. And what it'll do, it'll take you to GrantStation. Am I sharing the right screen? Do I see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, great. It'll take you to GrantStation. It'll say at GrantStation, we help you fund new organizations. So this is the membership. So you would just add it to the cart, go to cart, and it's $95 rather than $699. But what I'm going to do is log into my account. Did you see when mine expires? In 2050. So I'm going to log in. Can't see the screen. There we go. There we go. And I see some questions in the chat while I'm logging in. One second, read these questions. The other number large funders are asking for instead of DUNS number is UI. Yes, unique entity ID. That's what it is. Thank you so much for looking that up or telling me, Claudia. Unique entity ID. That is what that is. Okay. Oh, you got the $50,000 in Grant Station. Yes. All right, Jean. That is so awesome for financial literacy. So guys, it works. So when you come into Grant Station, what you want to do is find grant makers, and they have tons of things where you can, other resources where you can have a spreadsheet of funders that you look for. We're not going to spend a lot of time on here, but I'm telling you, instead of Googling who gives grants to minorities, you want to go to Grant Station and find your keyword. I'm going to go target populations and see if I see minorities. I'm gonna click in minorities. There it is, boom. And I'm gonna click in, and every grant that has the word minority in there pops up. It's 581 grants right here that has the word minority. This is why it costs to pay a grant writer, because they still have to take time to do the research. They're gonna go here and look at where you fit in. So this is USA. So anybody in the USA can apply for this grant. But if I go here and if it doesn't say the word Florida, then I'm not gonna take my time to look at it. You also can put in a keyword that says Florida. So any word that has the word minority in Florida, then all those grants populate. We're not going to spend time doing this. I just want to show you here. This is how it goes. So a lot of these are all over the USA. I'm going to click on this one, the first one. So the 152 project. I click here, and it's going to tell you all about the 152 project. They provide financial support to encourage rising designers from historically excluded groups with the aim of diversifying and strengthening the Broadway design community. I know somebody in this group that may be interested in that grant. I'm not going to say. This grant offers $15,000 to designers from historically excluded group with a strong commitment to a career in live performance. Oh, 2 people now I know that may be interested in this grant. Applicants of diverse backgrounds representing the full spectrum of theatrical activity, including those who have worked in non-traditional venues, are encouraged to apply. So recipients will be chosen from a nationwide applicant pool, an independent selection panel, which is the grant committee, consisting of professional theater designs, will evaluate applicants according to the following criteria: talent, creativity, innovation, skills and professional experience, potential for future excellence in the professional theatrical field, the degree to which the program can be contributed to the application's artistic and career growth, commitment to a career in the professional theater, and financial need. So they're telling you applicants must be citizens or permanent residents in the US, or hold a employment-based non-immigrant and immigrant visa at the time of application. Must have been designed professionally for a minimum of 3 years. Okay, so designers enrolled in or leave from university or conservatory training paid are not eligible. So maybe you guys who I was thinking of not eligible for this grant. But my point of showing you this website is to show you that you have the funders criteria. It tells you what they're interested in. It tells you their words, their verbiage they're using, how much the grant is, where they are, the details, when the deadline is. Don't wait till the night before. And then always leads you to their website where you can apply. And what grant writers do, and what I challenge you to do, you want to go through all of these grants and you want to hit save, because if you sit here and try to go through that now, then you're going to spend hours on this. So you want to save all the ones, you will hit save, and it's going to go in my dashboard. That's the one we were looking at. You have saved this funder. It's going to go in my dashboard. I'm going to maybe make some notes. This is a high one, this is a medium, this is a low one. Maybe we got a possibility of getting funding from them, high possibility of getting funding from them, and make some notes yourself. What they said in here, you can copy from the screen and paste right here. And then you want to go back to all your saved funders and go through them each individually to see, okay, what's a priority? This one's high priority. Let's go for this one now. And the deadline is this date. So this is how you want to use Grant Station. Okay, so I'm gonna stop share my screen so we can take a 5-minute break from the screen. Anybody have any questions about anything that I've done so far? You guys have been wonderful. You are still here. I love it. No questions? Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break from looking at the screen. I'll put on some music and I'll see you guys back in 5 minutes. Grab your water, grab your coffee.
There's life for a look at the Savior and life more. There's all us to no more. Oh, it's
All right, I am back. Thank you so much, Dr. Wendy. I'm so glad you're getting a lot of this, and I hope everybody else too. There's a question in the comment section. What's the best time of the year to apply for grants? Is it based on the target audience or the demographics to what time you need to apply? Very good question. when you have the database, there is no best time because each funder gives all year round. They have different time. But when you're doing local things, holidays, you know, all holidays, back to school, you know, those times are good times for raising funds because people know that they're going to be asked to give. So that was a great question, and I hope my answer helped you. So I'm getting ready to turn it over to our next speaker. Give me a thumbs up that you can see my screen. Awesome, or a head nod. Yes, okay. I'm so excited to introduce this young lady because when I first moved to Orlando in 1999, I used to have courses at this place called the Knowledge Shop, and she's probably gonna tell you her side of the story, but I started teaching people how to do their own 501c3, and I still do that 25 years later. I don't know how long it's been. Is that 25 years? You guys do the math, but Claudia was in one of my classes because she wanted to start her own nonprofit. But Claudia does so many other things. She's helped me polish my introduction. So I tell people how to introduce me. She teaches people how to get on TEDx stage. So Claudia is going to bring it today. And we got two Claudias today, guys. This is Claudia Jean Virga. I want you to welcome Claudia Jean Virga. She's the founder and creator of the chat system, CHAT, chat, like we're chatting. She's an author, professional speaker, trainer, a two-time TEDx speaker on TED.com. She's a curator, she's a coach, she is many things. She's appeared in national magazines such as Shape and many others. She's delivered training, seminars, workshops for companies like United Way, the Lake Sumter County College, YMCA. She's a grandmother. She loves riding her motorcycle. She calls herself Lady G on a motorcycle. She does salsa dancing. She loves spending time with her friends, families, her son, and traveling, feeding her gypsy heart, traveling all over the world to find great new adventures. Claudia Jean Virga, welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. And yes, we met many, many years ago. You helped me start my non-for-profit, and the moment I met you, I knew that I was going to be like bubblegum on the bottom of your shoe. You couldn't get rid of me even if you tried. So thanks for having me. Let's see if I can share my screen. Let's see if mine's going to work today. I was panicking when yours wasn't working. All right. Looks like we're good to go. All right. Hello, hello, hello. I'm so excited to be here today. I have a question for you. Have you ever gone to a networking event or introduce yourself to someone, or someone introduces themselves to you at a networking event, and it's almost like you're not really paying attention, but then they say something. In that second, they say exactly what you've been looking for. For example, Aretha has been looking for an assistant. So she goes to a networking meeting and this person introduces themselves, and Aretha's, maybe multitasking, and all of a sudden the person says, and I'm a great virtual assistant. Well, now Aretha's like, boom, that's what I need. I need a great virtual assistant. Excuse, what was your name again? Right? So when we're out, it's very important in our 60 seconds that we deliver very clearly what we do and how we can serve people so that we can grab their attention and make sure that they're asking us afterwards for our business cards or how they can help or how they can get involved. Chat is what I consider the missing piece to the puzzle. Have you ever been in a situation where you say something, somebody has a great question, and you feel like you got the answer, and you give them that great answer, it's a solution to their problem, and then all you hear is nothing, complete silence. In fact, it's so silent that you almost hear the sound of crickets. And you're like, are you kidding me? I just gave you some great information and there's nothing? Like, seriously? In your head, you're saying this in your head, right? Like, you're looking at them like, seriously? And what's happening is that it's a communication overlap. It's a misalignment. If you remembered earlier, Aretha talked about using their language, and that's exactly what the chat communication system is. It's about identifying somebody to recognize their communication, their preferred communication style, and speaking to them in a way that they can hear you. So I'm going to teach you enough today to make you a little bit dangerous, which I'm going to tell you again in a minute. But I want you to think about chat. It's an acronym for all 4 communication styles. Now, the first one, and you have all 4 in you already, and somebody's going to ask me later, but I'm all 4. And yes, you are all 4 communication styles. You have them all within you. But what you do is just like this dog here on the screen, you notice how comfortable this dog is. It's like snuggled up on a cold winter's day. We don't have many of those in here in Florida. Anything below 70 makes me feel this way. But but this dog, if you look at this dog, it's under the blanket. It is so warm and fuzzy and cozy, and it is just so comfortable being there. It doesn't want to get up unless it absolutely has to. And this is what I tell people: your primary and secondary communication style out of the 4, right, where primary and secondary is your comfort zone. These are the communication styles that you lean into the most. Now, most of the people that you really like, that you prefer, that just get you, chances are they probably lead with the same communication styles that you lead with. Now, then we have what's called, anybody play basketball? Anybody play basketball? Nobody? I can't see all the screens. So if there's anybody who played basketball before, unmute yourself and join me for a second. We're going to be highly interactive.
Yes, yes.
All right. Who am
Yes.
All right. So tell me, what in basketball, what is a pivot?
When the guy who's balancing the ball or takes a left or a right move.
Yes, exactly. Takes a left or a right move. Yes. And what can that person lift that foot? Where? No, thank you. Okay, it's teamwork here. Thank you. I appreciate that. They cannot lift the foot, right? It's either they're gonna go to the left or they're gonna go to the right. It's either or. But once they move the foot, then we have a problem. And so that's what the pivot is. So if we're talking about your chat, you're all 4 chat communication styles, your primary and your secondary, and then your third one's the pivot. So people who have action, which I'll tell you about in a minute, sometimes they want to jump in and get things done. And then other times they just want to sit on the couch and eat bonbons, right? So that's what the pivot is. It goes back and forth. It moves back and forth. And then we have what I like to call the opportunity. And the reason I call it the opportunity is because this is the area where most people need to do some work. This could be the person that when they walk into that networking event or that business meeting or your church gathering, that you look at Aretha and you say, Aretha, today I don't have the energy. I just can't talk to that person today. So you just maintain eye contact with me, and we'll just let them walk on by, right? And the reason I call that the biggest opportunity, because what you just let walk by is possibly the next person who can help you write a grant, the next person who's going to be sitting on your board, the next person who's going to be racking up all the volunteers bringing you volunteers in groves, right? And so if you think about it, back in the day before social media, they used to say behind every one person is 100 people. Now, if you take that 100 people and put 100 people behind each of those 100 people and keep repeating the process, that's a pretty significant, it's 25% that you could be leaving on the table at minimum. And now with the reach of social media, Aretha said there's somebody on here that has a ton of followers, that with the reach of social media, you can even take that, you can, it's unbelievable. So what I say is the biggest opportunity is because we want to learn. I don't want you to become something that you're not. That's not the idea. You're perfect the way that you are. But the idea is, how do you become fluent in all 4 communication styles so that no matter who you're talking to, they get you, right? And they get what you're talking about, and that you can pull forth what you need. So are you ready to learn a little bit about chat? Ready? No? Crickets?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Awesome. Yes. So here we go. I am going to caution you.
Yes.
All right. I love the enthusiasm. I'm highly interactive. So you pop in and out as you want. I got it. I love it. I like the interaction, and we're going to get really interactive here in a second. So let me give you a debrief. We're going to go over the 4 communication styles really quick. I'm going to touch on them super quick. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the secret formula that I share with all the organizations that I work with on how to use chat in a way that grabs their attention and gives them the big picture. So, because when you're writing a grant, you don't know the audience, that you don't know who's reading the grant. Sometimes, as Aretha said earlier, she worked for United Way. She was on a board. There was multiple people with different communication styles. So how do we make those things accessible? And we're gonna, then after we talk, I give you the secret formula, I'm gonna encourage you to take the hot seat and tell me your 60-second commercial. And then I can give you some feedback and maybe we can fine tune it today. And then at the end, I'll take questions and answers, and then I'll wrap it up all in a pretty bow for you. How does that sound? Sound like a good plan?
Sounds good to
Yes,
me.
sounds great. Sounds great.
All right, good. I love the interaction. Okay, keep it coming. So I told you today, we're just going to scratch the surface, right? We're just going to scratch the surface. I'm going to make you dangerous enough. And if you want to learn more, I'm happy to teach you more, because just like our ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, we had a study to become masters, right? You had a study to become masters in whatever purpose that you're serving, whatever I've seen some hunger, right? You had to become masters on what that looks like. And you did that by studying and repeating the process over and over again. So we're going to go into the first communication style. This is the creatives. Creatives are the people who have the big ideas. They're people who think outside the box. Earlier, Aretha said, you have to see it visually. I know some of you need to see it visually. So when you look about keywords, they say things like, I see what you're saying, because they're extremely visual. When Aretha says some of you need to see it visually, it's because the visual people sometimes need to see that. I will tell you a quick story here. I happen to lead with the creative communication style, and my sons at dinner time, they're grown now, thank goodness. But when they were younger and we would have dinner, and they're boys, I just don't know. Boys for me were a little different, and they would talk about some gross stuff at the dinner table. And because I am visual, they would be talking and pictures would be developing in my head. And I'd be like, okay, boys, we need to stop this conversation for a little bit, because it's really not, I'm seeing it as you're talking about it, and it's interrupting with my dinner. So we need to put that aside. So creative people are extremely visual. They're very outside of the box thinkers. When, who was it? It was Claudia Humphrey that said, when we were talking about the grants, Claudia Humphrey said, rest your grant. Creatives are known for resting, or otherwise known as marinating, or let me think on that. So if somebody says that to you, you are dealing with a creative communication style. Anybody have cats in the audience? Anybody have cats? Anybody try to put their cat?
I do. I got a cat.
Yeah. Did you ever try to put your cat in a bubble bath?
No.
No, why not?
What? Why would I put my cat in bubble bath?
Well, if you did, what do you think it might imagine to look like?
No, it would jump out and scratch me.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's exactly, Aretha. That is exactly what I was looking for, right? Because I want you to think about creative communication styles that if we try to make them answer on the spot in a moment, they are like a cat in a bubble bath. They do not like being put on the spot. They like to take time to marinate. They like to take time to think about things. Often when I'm working with organizations and we're talking about the creative communication style, I say, this is how you build out your agenda for the meetings. Because what happens is we have a meeting, right? And then the creatives go and they think about that. They're very quiet. They tend to be introverted. They like to be in the back of the room so that they can see everything. By the way, during this whole online virtual experience, they are like, yes, yes, yes. They love it because they can sit without their camera on and they can just take in the big picture and not have to people. People makes them exhausted. Peopling makes them exhausted. Now, I tell you, most people don't believe that I'm a creative because they're like, you're so outgoing. And I said, well, that's when I'm on. When I'm working, I'm outgoing. But when I get home from a week at a conference where I've been made to people all week long, I come home and I'm like, do not disturb for at least 3 days. Like, I don't even want to talk to my neighbors. They think I'm the grouchy old lady that lives up in the corner. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to people. So sometimes small talk drives them crazy, right? And they tend to be more introverted. They like to work along and they don't. Here, for you non-for-profits out there that like to celebrate your volunteers. not every volunteer wants to be called on stage and hand a certificate. And the creative communication style definitely doesn't want to be called on stage and given a gift certificate or a certificate of anything. So when you're creating your events and we're going to teach you how to make sure that you are chatifying it and that everybody's needs are met where they are, right? It's about meeting people where they are, speaking their language, as Aretha said earlier. So the chat communication, the creative communication style is all about big picture, and they ask a lot of why questions. They go, why, right? If you think about Toyota came up with this great methodology of that. If you ask 5 whys, you get to the problem, to the source of the problem, right? Is everybody familiar with that? So they say, oh, this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, 5 whys. So when we talk about creative people, so I want to go back to the agenda because that's where I sidetracked with my little cat and the bubble baths, right? So let's see. Yes, absolutely, Tamara. Yes, that the question was introvert, extrovert has to down. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. So going back to the agendas. So what happens is you have this great meeting, the creative styles are sitting there, they're absorbing information. And then the next time we get to a meeting, we start the meeting and we don't put in their old business. And then a creative will raise their hand because they thought of something that could help, create a solution. And what happens is then the other communication styles get upset because they're like, first of all, that's not in the agenda. Second of all, we finished that last week. Why are we going back to that in the first place, right? So I tell people, if you create in your agenda time for old business, it allows it. Anybody make popcorn? Anybody make popcorn? Okay, we got people that make popcorn. Now, when you make popcorn, it pops, right? The 98% of the bag, well, let's see, because those little kernels never pop, but we'll say 97%, right? 90% of the popcorn pops. Well, then what happens when you take it off the heat a few minutes later?
Steam.
What?
Steam from that.
And then do you ever hear the pop after? Like there's a couple of kernels. Yeah, there's a couple of kernels that take a little bit longer to pop. Those are the creatives. So what happens is they go into a meeting, they get information, they go back, they do their own research, because if creatives can't do their own research and draw their own conclusions, then they don't want to be part of it, right? So they go and they make their research, they marinate on it, right? Or they rest it, right? As the other Claudia says, and then they come back. Well, if we don't give them an outlet, we could miss out on in the beginning of our agendas and let them say, okay, anything from old business, put it in the time slot, we can miss out on a really great solution to a problem, right? And when we put it in the agenda, then the other communication styles understand, oh, that's in there, right? And then we make everybody happy. So it's just about acknowledging that. All right, that's the creatives. Anybody know somebody who might, again, we're going to go quickly over them. There's so much. I do full day trainings on this, master classes that are 2 days long, but I'm going to give you like surface to make you dangerous enough. Anybody have any questions, or anybody know anybody who yes, Brian, I do agree. It's very important to know who labor among you. Some are attention grabbers and some are very low key ninja like volunteers. You are 100. I agree with you. Yes. Okay, perfect. Anybody resonate with the creative communication styles? Anybody know somebody that they could share real quick why they think they might be creative?
Yeah, I know I'm creative because I like visuals, and once I hear it, then I get pictures and creativity on that. So that resonates with me.
Excellent, excellent. And do you need time, Pastor? Do you need time to marinate on things, think things over, come to your own conclusions?
Yes, I do. You got me.
All right, excellent. So some of the people that you might know are like Elon Musk, Walt Disney, since a lot of you come from Florida or California, right? We got California in the house too. Walt Disney at one time was flat broke. And I always tell people creative communication styles have the highest risk tolerance. Now, they might not be verbal, but they have the highest risk tolerance. And the reason being is they're so committed to their ideas that they have to see them. They have to see it play out in real life. And so, you know, Walt Disney was eating out of garbage pails. That's how he met Mickey Mouse, right? He met, if you watch the documentary on Netflix, it's very interesting. So they are extremely committed to their ideas, and they have really high risk tolerance because they want to see them come to fruition. So that's just an example. Another one is like Andrea Bocelli. He's blind, but he writes this amazing music, right? So there are people usually that think outside of the box. They ask why questions, and they believe there's a solution for every problem. Moving along to our harmony communication styles. The harmony communication styles, these are probably most of your volunteers within your organization. These are the people who prefer us all to just get along. And sometimes they say yes when they should be saying no. I encourage my not-for-profits, when you have somebody who shows up as a harmony and they're saying yes, 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 yes. A lot of your employees might be harmony, because who else can you get to do the amount of work that most not-for-profits do on the pay scale that we get, right? Like, let's just be real. They have to have some harmony in them. Harmony is all about making the world a better place. They really like the, you know, harmonies. They like to be networking. They like live events. They're usually the people in the room that are like, oh, Aretha, do you know this person over here? You need to meet Claudia Humphrey. Man, Claudia Humphrey, she is the bomb, right? So they're introducing you to people. They're the networkers. They're the busy bees. Sometimes we refer to them as, oh man, they're just a ray of sunshine, right? So you already describe people when you meet them. You already know who they are. You just haven't been able to put a word to it, right? And so harmonies tend to also be the people who are cheerleading. I love it when I'm on Zoom because I could see them, because the harmonies are like, oh, Aretha, I love your shirt. Your shirt looks great today, right? Or somebody says something and they re-quote it and they put it back into the chat, right? So those are ways that we can identify them. They're all about connection. Connection is the most important things to harmony. And when they don't feel connected is when we have a problem. They also like to be known that they're appreciated. And that doesn't mean throwing a lot of money, gifts, or anything. It's as much as saying, thank you, you make a difference. So if we go back to when I was telling you about harmonies, they say yes, and they should be saying no. Have you ever met somebody, they say yes, 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 and then out of nowhere, they blow up like a volcano and everything just comes out and everybody's like, I'm not even sure what just happened. And then the next day they're like, hi. And you're like, seriously? Right. And I used to be a harmony. So I'm going to talk from my experience. I make fun of all 4 communication styles, right? Because that's how we laugh, we learn, we resonate. But it's not an ill intent, right? It's about making sure that we understand where we each other come from, so that we can meet each other's needs where they are. Because what happened was, so harmony, so we go back to the story. So they explode. Well, what happens is harmonies, they don't want to disappoint people. They want everybody to get along and they want to be liked. So they fear that if they say no to somebody, then what's going to happen is you won't like me. Not necessarily the truth, but that's how they sometimes tend to process it, right? And so what happens is they say, yes, 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 I'm a recovered harmony. I used to come home and I'd kick the furniture. I never have any time for me, I would say, right? And I'd be mad. And then the straw that broke the camel's back, I believe, was created for a harmony, because what happens is it's that one thing. And then all of a sudden, all those yeses that were shoved down that should have been no's come up all at one time. These are your volunteers. So when you see a volunteer who said yes too many times in a row, you might want to have this kind of conversation with them. Hey, I noticed that you've been volunteering a lot. We so appreciate you. Why don't you come to the next event and just be a guest, right? And they're like, oh, now let me tell you, they probably won't just come and be a guest, but that acknowledgement and those words and the permission to take the day off does a lot of good. So we want to recognize them where they are, meet them where they are. Harmony tends, I got to tell you this story. So I have a client who is a mortgage broker, and he leads with harmony. And his realtor that he prefers to work with leads with action, which we're going to talk about next. And she's a mover and shaker. Action's all about moving and shaking, getting things done. And she would ask him to qualify people. And when they didn't qualify, he would call her up and he would go around around the block 5 times instead of cutting through the yard to give her the information. Right now, she's an action person. So she's like, you're killing me. Just get to the point. Is it yes or is it no? Is it yes or is it no? And he took it how he would perceive it. And so he was speaking his language to her instead of her language to her. And she was getting frustrated. In fact, so much so that she was planning to look for another mortgage broker and take her business somewhere else, right? Because it was like every time she felt like somebody was pulling her teeth and she just wanted them to get it done and not go all around the nicery of it. So when they came to one of my trainings, they had this amazing aha moment. And I said, do you understand, sir, that if you told her no, that she would be so much more appreciative of you? If you just said yes or no, Mr. and Mrs. Smith passed, Mr. and Mrs. Smith qualified for this much money, instead of going around and saying, you know what, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, they're great people. They have a lot going for them. Oh, I love their dog. Like you talk like, right. And then, but you know what? They don't have enough credit. Well, she's like, are you kidding me? Just, they don't have enough credit would have been just fine. So when we told him that she would actually appreciate him more if he just got to the point, and what harmonies, they want to be connected. So when he realized, oh, if I meet her where she is, she'll like me more. Well, guess what? They had this actually from him flipping and just telling her, now they take more time to have conversations around it than they did before, because there was a mutual respect built within that transaction. And they are making a ton of money in the real estate market, working happily ever after. So that is this is why it's so important that we understand. Now, just for a little fun, let me see where I am in my own timeline. Okay, I'm right on time. All right. So let's have a little fun with this. I'm going to go back to creatives. So creatives, the most important thing, I want you to write this down. And the reason I encourage people to write down, and I don't keep a lot of stuff on my slides, is because when we write, there is something that magical that happens in our brain. We are processing so much information like unconsciously. And when we write, we focus our brain to actually concentrate. And so it takes out the brain will filter through all the unnecessary information to make sure it writes down what's really important. So the first thing I would encourage you to write down is what's most important to creatives is having the freedom to make their own decisions. Now, if you go back to where Aretha talked to us about don't give them more than they ask for, this goes to 2 different communication styles. The first one is the creative. If you give a creative more than they ask for, they're going to be offended by that. It's a waste of their time. They want to do their own research. They don't need you to give them things that they don't ask. If they come back and ask you 2 questions, don't answer 3 questions. Like, only answer what they ask for. So that's the creatives. They like to do their own research and draw their own conclusions. When we talk about their sense of humor, because I want to give you something fun, their sense of humor is kind of awkward and you're not sure if you should laugh. And so anybody watch Big Bang Theory? Anybody out there watch Big Bang Theory? Nope. Huh?
Too long ago.
Too long ago? Okay, so let me give you an example. I have a client, she is the CEO of a non-for-profit organization for the visual disability community. And I work with her and her team. And she is a creative. She's a creative action, which we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about action next. She's a creative action. And we get done with our meeting. And as a creative, sometimes they don't like being touched, especially without permission, because harmonies are huggers. Harmony wants to hug everybody, right? Harmonies are like, come here, I'm a hugger. They announce themselves, I'm a hugger, come here, let me hug you, right? And the creators are like, no, please don't hug me. I don't like to be touched, right? So, and then there's some people like, don't hug me, it's unprofessional, or let's just high five. So there's a greeting for every communication style also. But in this case, she's not a hugger, right? Harmony's her last, it's her opportunity. So what happens is we get done with the meeting and she comes over and she hugs me. She catches me off guard because we're both creatives. I'm like, why is she hugging me, right? So she hugs me and then she says this, You smell so good. I just want to bottle you up and stick you under my armpits. And I was like, huh? Like, do I laugh? It's awkward. Is HR around? Is somebody gonna get in trouble here? Like, and then, so what happens is creatives often say things in their head that never get out of their mouths. They start thoughts in here and only half of the sentence comes out of their mouth. The half a sentence that didn't come out of her mouth before she said that line was, have you ever saw the movie The Producers? That line of you smell so good, I want to bottle you up and stick you under your armpit is from the movie The Producers. So that's an example of their sense of humor. The Harmony sense of humor, oh my goodness. I forgot what show I was watching, but it was a little kid and their sense of humor is something like this. What did the Pacific Ocean say to the Atlantic Ocean? What did the Pacific Ocean say to the Atlantic Ocean? Anybody?
Let's
Nothing.
meet in the middle.
No, nothing. They just waved.
That's funny.
They just waved.
They just waved. So when you think about that, like, I want to say the word, I'm going to spell it because with my accent, some people think I'm saying something else. If you think of corn, right? Corn, the vegetable corn, okay? Corny. They have a corny sense of humor.
Okay.
C-O-R-N-Y. Corny. Okay? I want to make sure I'm not misconstrued here. All right. Anybody resonating with the Harmony communication style? And if so, why? Go ahead. You can unmic yourself. I've seen people resonating with the creative. All right. Anybody else want to talk about Harmony? You know Harmony? Why do you think you got a Harmony? Got a Harmony on your team? Volunteer? Anywhere? No? All right. Then we're moving on to action. Yeah, the action people like, finally. Okay. All right. The action, these are the movers and the shakers. These are the people who just want to get it done. These are the people who, when it comes to like reading details, like what font to use, they didn't pay attention to that. Action communication styles usually don't pay attention to things until they're on fire. I am working with a university here in Lake County, and one of the leaders is the CEO is a template communication style, which is very detail orientated. We're going to go there next. But the action communication style, they don't pay, unless it's in their secondary, if they lead with action, and unless it's in their secondary, which this person is, they don't always pay attention to the details. And what's happening is there's a level of frustration with the organization because the CEO is in need of information to do her job. And this other executive, it isn't giving the information on time because for this person over here, it's not on fire yet. So when the boss calls and said, I needed that report 2 hours ago, where is it? Is now when it's on fire and the action person will actually put their attention to it. I had a client who was a salesperson. I was working with a very high-end car industry, and we had a salesperson who was action, top salesperson, phenomenal salesperson, doing amazing work, but the company was ready to get rid of them. Why would they get rid of their top producer? Because of the havoc it was creating throughout the system, throughout the rest of the organization. And what happened is that at the end of the month, every single month, there would be reports that are due, right? And the reports, there's a person who has to process the report, pulls the data together, and then they have to send it up the chain, right? So the CEOs want to see the numbers, right? And so what was happening is the reports were constantly being late. And this poor person up in corporate headquarters was having a nervous breakdown because they didn't like not getting their numbers in on time because then they have to answer to the CEOs, right? So you see how it has how we impact each other, right? In our workplaces. And so they said, we're gonna let this person go if they don't get on board. And so I went in and had a conversation with them. I was like, so you talk to people the way that they want. When I'm facilitating, if I'm talking to a harmony, I'm going to be very interactive. I'm going to be more sensitive. I'm going to be more listening to the words that they use, right? If I'm talking to a creative, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to listen, I'm going to observe, I'm only going to ask the questions that I need to ask, right? So I'm meeting people when I'm coaching in a group facilitation, I am meeting people to whatever they lead with their communication style. In this case, and then this could be received by another communication style, the way that I handled this person as, you know, it was kind of cold. Harmonies would perceive the way that I interact with an action as cold and really not conducive. But for the action, this is what works. So I said to this person, when you signed up to be a salesperson at this company, you knew, well, first I said, do you like making all the money you're making? Oh yeah, right? Because actions, they are opportunists. They like to go out and make things happen. They like nice things. So money can play or can be a part of that. And then I said, oh my goodness, do you love all the freedom you have in your schedule? Because you get to sell whenever you want to sell. And they go, oh yeah, man, I love my freedom, right? Because for an action, the most important thing to them is freedom. So creative is the ability to make their own decisions. Harmony is for connection, and action is freedom. The most important thing to them is freedom. Everything ties back to their freedom. And then I said, when you signed up for this job, you knew that 10% of it was getting those reports in on time. And they said, yeah, I don't really like doing those reports. I said, I know, but if you love making money and you love having your freedom, you're going to need to do those reports or you're getting fired. That person has never missed, since that day, has never missed a deadline again, because I spoke to them what mattered. Your freedom and money are on the line because you are not conforming to the responsibilities of your job. Now, if I talk to a harmony that way, they might leave crying. They might leave the meeting crying, because harmonies tend to ruminate. And when we give them criticism, we want to do it in a constructive way that has, we call it in Toastmasters, the constructive criticism sandwich. And what that means is we give them a compliment, we give them the constructive criticism, and then another compliment. I like to call it a sandwich because I like to add the lettuce and tomato in there. I give them the compliment, I give them the constructive criticism. I then tell them how we can create a solution together, because they like to do things in community. And then we set a date, and then I also give them another of when we're going to do it, right? And then, because otherwise they'll think about it and marinate on it and ruminate on it. They'll lose sleep over it until they get solution to it. So I want to get them out of pain as quickly as possible. So I'll say, you know what, at that event, it was a really great event. You did a phenomenal job. Where I saw an opportunity was at the check-in, we had a really long wait time there. What if you and I got together this Friday to discuss how we can create solutions around that for next year? Again, that candy bar was killer. Everybody's still talking about it. Great job. See, so I gave them the compliment, the criticism, and then I told them how we're going to work together, when we're going to do it, and then I finalized it with it. Now, actions, if you tried that move with an action, they'd be like, just get to the point. Just get to the point already. Okay, they're movers and shakers. They talk. They are great storytellers. In your organizations, you want to attract your person who's going to go out and try to recruit money and donations and volunteers. I hope they lead with an action communication style, because if they buy into your mission and vision and they love the work that you're doing in the community, man, they are very convincing. Anybody know Tony Robbins? Anybody?
See him online, he's awesome.
Okay. So Tony Robbins, right? Tony Robbins, for those of you who don't know him, he is a motivational speaker, and he is over the top action, in my opinion, not necessarily his truth, right? And so he's like on stage. Now, let me tell you, I had to go see him because I had like speaker jealousy. I'm like, this man stands on a stage, he packs in an auditorium full of 30,000 people or more from around the globe. And then he brings it down, the temperature of the entire stadium down to like 0 degrees because that's how he likes to work. So everybody who comes knows that you got to bundle up in like your snow gear to sit in the audience, which you pay a lot of money to do, by the way, right? So when you get, and so I go to see him and I'm like, I'm not dancing. I'm not jumping up and down. I'm a creative. I'm reserved. I'm introverted. Next thing I know, I'm jumping up and down, right? And then I'm like, I'm not walking on fire. So he convinces people to walk on fire, to walk on hot coals. It was New Jersey. It was in the middle of November. And you have to take off your shoes and socks and walk across the concrete from the auditorium to another place to go walk on these coals. I was first in line. I was first in line. I walked on those coals. Now, let me tell you, 30,000 people, 98% of us walked on coals that night. We were there until well into 3 o'clock in the morning, watching people walk the fire. Okay. That is the power of an action who has mission and purpose. That's who you want out, raising money for your organization, spreading your word. But you got to give them the freedom to do it. Micromanaging them doesn't work. And actions are all about, so action people, they have great ideas. They have lots of ideas. Their brain is like, if you think about, we have Claudia who's out there in California with all those on each side, like 6 lanes, right? On each side of the highway. And it's all moving at like 100 miles per hour. That's the inside of an action's brain, right? They got thoughts. Some of them aren't well thought out, right? Where creative will be like, sit back and they'll play out that picture that the action threw out, right? They'll play out that solution and they'll run it in 9,000 different ways and tell us all the ways that that's going to go wrong. Where an action just want to like, they just like, hey, we'll do it. Oh, have you, anybody familiar with the term? Just do it and ask for forgiveness later. Yeah, that's action. That's action. So when you hear, I want to give you key words to listen for everyone. If you hear the harmony saying, that's wonderful, that's fabulous, right? Those things, when you hear the cheerleader come out, that's a harmony. Creatives, they don't say much, but when they do say things, they say things like, I see, let me marinate on that. You know, give me the big picture. Where's the data, right? They're very data driven. So and then actions, you want to talk about, they talk fast, they use their hands, they're great storytellers, they usually run late. And this is what I tell people, when they're running late, it is not on purpose. They didn't think like, oh, well, sometimes it is. They like the attention, right? They're attention grabbers, as somebody put in there. Some people are attention grabbers, some people aren't. They are attention grabbers, but they don't do it on purpose. And let me show you what happens in action. They look up and they go, oh, it's 11:35. That meeting starts in 10 minutes. This task here will take me 5, and I can get there in 5 minutes. I got plenty of time. And then they do the task and they look up and they, oh man, now it's 12 o'clock. And now they're running in late sideways, right? It wasn't intentional. It's just mismanagement of their time, right? And so sometimes it is. Sometimes they like to come in because, you know, they're like, hey, now I'm here, the party started, right? Like, you know, they dress to impress. There's nothing wrong with that. It's what they like, right? So there's no judgment on it. Now, I would tell you a joke from an action, except for they're usually, action people like to shock you. They like to shock you, all right? So it might look at like it's Aunt Susie's funeral, and it's really quiet and awkward. And all of a sudden they're like, hey, so this blonde walked into a bar, and everybody's like, totally not appropriate. And it's usually, if you think about their humor, is like slapstick humor, right? They like that slapstick humor. What is that? Those Three Stooges, right? Where they like poke each other in the eyes and slap each other. And so it's that kind of slapstick humor. So you want to get straight to the point with them. And they hate meetings. They think all meetings are stupid. So the best way to make time for them on the agenda is make sure you start and end your meetings on time. They appreciate that. Anybody resonating with the action communication styles? Do we have any questions about the action communication styles?
No. I know somebody that knows somebody, and they know who I'm talking about.
Is that asking for a friend kind of?
I know somebody that's like that. Maybe me. but I know somebody else.
I know some on my board like that, so.
Yeah, on your board?
Yes.
Yeah, what, and how's that show up for you?
Oh, too good.
Not too good?
Good.
Okay, so can I ask the clarifying question? What does that mean, not too good? How are you processing that?
I just sort of go ahead and do stuff as opposed to leaving it up to them, since I know that's how they operate.
Okay, so what happens is you're waiting for them to do it and they don't do it, so you go do it.
That's right. I pretty much thought I check in. I was like, okay, just do it.
Just do it. So I hear a little action in you too, by the way.
That's right.
You're like, I ain't got time for you. I need
Ain't got time
I
for
need
that.
to go. Okay.
And they misplace stuff so much. Like you give it to them and they won't put it in a file. And they say, well, don't give it to me. And I stopped giving it to them. They said, don't get, because I won't know where it's at. So I just stopped giving it to them.
Yeah. So when we talk about them and Danita, I see you. I'm coming to you next. Okay, thank you. So what happens is, when we talk about them, I always say when we write, and this goes back to the formula I'm about to give you here in a few minutes, right? But when we do an email, whatever it is, like if you had to only give me one sentence to give me exactly what's in that email, that's what you write in your subject line. So if it's like tonight's meeting, right? And then they know, because here's what happened. Action, they look at the email and they go, I ain't got time for this.
That's right.
Right?
They don't read.
Right. Nothing's on fire in here. I don't got time for this. And then they go, oh, that meeting's tonight. Where was that email? And then they look and they say that meeting tonight. And then you open it up and there's all the information that they need. Location and time. Right. So we talk to them, and this is leading into the formula I'm about to give you, but thank you, Jean. That was really great. So stay tuned. I got more for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Danita, let's go. What you got?
No, I do. I see myself sometimes in this, but the other part of it is, I don't know how to phrase it, but it sort of denotes disorganization. But it's not disorganization to the person who is, the house is on fire, you're running around and all like that. It's controlled chaos, maybe that could be a way to describe it. And it is where we can figure it out. We've got the freedom to do it. We know how to get there. Okay, I might, my motto is I may be late, but I will be there. So we're gonna get it done. We're gonna, it'll work itself out.
Yes, it will work itself out. And like you said, so in the creatives, when we go into a creative's office, a lot of the CEOs I work with lead with creative or action, but here's the difference. Both their offices look like a mess. Okay, when I go in, and the creative, I'll be like, oh, do you have this paper? And they'll be like, oh yeah, it's right there. And they'll walk over to like a pile of stuff, and underneath 3 things, they'll be like, pull it out, here it is. And then I go into an actions office and same look, they go, I don't know where that is. I just don't know. I got to look for it. And they're looking, right? So yeah, it is. And it is all about control. Action. I always tell people, action communication styles are closet control freaks, because I'll ask a friend who's an action communication style, and I know that they're action. I'll say, oh, do you want to do this? They go, I don't know. I'll let you know when the day comes. Well, why? Because they want the freedom that if something else better comes along, that they could do that instead, right? I always tell people, if you're trying to get an action person, like you're looking for a donor and you know that they lead with the action communication style, or you got a board member, right? The way that you hit them is spontaneous. Hey, I'm in your neighborhood right now. There's a great new restaurant that I heard is like a 5-star. Can we go to lunch and talk about some things? Now, because they like VIP treatment, right? And I'm calling them on the spot. If they ain't got nothing better to do, they're going to come meet me, right? And so, and then I even speak to them even further, because I'm like, there's a hot new spot in town that's open. I heard it was 5-star. Let's go there, right? So now they're ready to rock and roll. I usually tell a story here about I worked with a lot. I know there's somebody on here that does financial literacy, and I worked with an organization that were financial planners, and we trained their entire team in this system. And then the director, I would say the director of first impressions, their greeting person would know in the file. They would say, okay, Mr. Smith's coming in, and Mr. Smith leads with action. So we know Mr. Smith, if we give him a 12 o'clock meeting, he ain't coming until 12:15. So even though Mr. Smith's on the clock at 12:15 on the schedule at 12 o'clock, we put him in at 12:15. Now the person, if their action is their template, now they can actually work those extra 15 minutes rather than being irritated that Mr. Smith is 15 minutes late. We anticipate Mr. Smith's behavior. Now, when Mr. Smith comes in, he likes VIP treatment. So he walks in and the director of impression is like, "Hi, Mr. Smith, we've been waiting for you. Let me walk you right back. Can I get you some coffee?" And he's like, no, I don't want any coffee. They walk him in and the financial advisor has all of his documents, and she's got little, or she or he has little sticky notes on where he needs to sign. And they go, "Mr. Smith, sign here, sign here, sign here. Any questions?" "No questions." Boom, Mr. Smith's out the door. Now, guess what? He gets on the phone, somebody calls him, he's like, "Man, I got the best financial advisor ever." Now, the template communication styles might be like, "But he might need all this information, all these details." Trust me, if Mr. Smith had questions, when it's on fire, he'll call you. Right now, he don't care about the questions. And you met him where he was, so now he thinks you're the cat's meow. And what do action people do when they are passionate about somebody or something? They go out and tell everybody about you. See, it's about meeting people where they are. All right. If there's no more questions, we'll move on to last but not least is my template communication style. And the template communication style, there's a reason why I make template last. And the reason being is, remember, Aretha said the font size. Look and make sure what the font size is. That's a detail, right? And then Aretha says, don't give any more information than they ask for. This hits on template also, okay? Then she said, proofread, proofread, proofread. Absolutely. You want to know why? Because the template communication styles are grammatarians. And if you do not use grammar correctly, they will, unfortunately, they could, not always, they could say, well, this person can't even use perfect grammar. How are they going to take care of money? This person didn't listen to the details. How are they going to take care of money? It impacts your credibility, because the most important thing to a template communication style is that there is their safety. Let me say that again. The most important thing to a template communication style is safety and security. That's the most important thing to them. So if you wave any flags that you're a risk, you lose credibility immediately. Now, I'm going to lead into this in a minute when we go into the formula, but the reason that I leave templates for last, they get confused sometimes, especially when I'm talking about the creative communication style, because it's so big, it's so open, it doesn't really fit in a box, right? So they can't really make sense of it. But they're the only ones that are patient enough to watch my whole program before they decide if I'm an expert or not. Right now, they might be sitting back there with their camera off being like, I'm not sure about her. I don't know. It's my job to win them over, right? It's my job. I have to be a credible source. I have to know what I'm talking about. I have to use, when we talk about proofreading, right? Ho instead of how, right, Aretha? Right? And it happens to me. I used to have a dear friend who loves my business. The chat methodology has changed her life. And every time I would do a post on social media, I would get a ding, an IM. And I got to the point where I started having PTSD over my posts, because every time I would post, I would get a ding. And it was her. And she would tell me that I had a grammar mistake. She would never tell me what the grammar mistake was. And I'm like, if I knew there was a mistake, I wouldn't have made it. It'd be helpful if you would actually tell me what I'm doing wrong so I could correct it, right? And so I got to the point where I said to her, I'm literally having a problem posting, because every time I post, you're sending me a private message, and I'm going to have a nervous breakdown over promoting my business. So what's going on here? I feel like you're picking on me. She goes, absolutely not. I'm not picking on you. She said, I love you. I love the work that you're doing. And it's really, really important. But I know the other templates like me are judging you on your grammar. And I don't want to see you not talk to that communication style. So I want to help you be the best version of you so you could go out and do what you want to do. Right. And meanwhile, I'm making this whole story up. She's picking on me. Oh my God, there she is again. Like I'm having a nervous breakdown over here. And she was actually just trying to help me out. I invested in Grammarly. I have the premium package. It has saved my life. And I have 3 editors. Yes, 3 editors, because the first editors don't always catch things. And as Claudia pointed out before, let it rest. I always, when I write something, an article or something, or I'm doing something, I sleep on it. I give myself enough time to sleep on it, because when I wake up in the morning, I can usually tell where I need to go back and correct or add or subtract, right? And then when you let it rest, and then Gail Gardner said earlier, and I wrote, yes, 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 Gail, with exclamation points all over the place. And she was talking about winning the biggest grant because she used a team. So when we work in teams and we chatify it, we make sure we have a C, we have an H, we have an A, we have a T available, and we get all 4 communication styles looking at the same piece of paper, making sure we're talking to everybody, that it's inclusive. That's really powerful, as Gail has pointed out, because she won a lot of money, right, in a grant. So that's pretty cool. So the template communication style is all about rules and regulations. They're the ones that are going to read the grant and say, you could spend money this way, you can't spend money that way. You want that on your team. Because as you know, sometimes doing good can end you up in bad places, right? We're going to hear about that in a little while. And so we want to make sure that we're following those guidelines. Now, I can tell you, I have a template. My other son is a template. And when he was little, he would sit in the back of my car when I was driving, and he'd be like, Mommy, you're speeding. And I'd be like, son, I'm not speeding. The sign, he said, Mommy, the sign says 55. And I said, Jason, I'm doing 60. Everybody knows that 5 miles over the speed limit's okay. He'd say, Mom, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. If it was okay to drive 60, the sign would say 60, but it says 55. So you're speeding. I mean, I was like, child, can you get your own car and get out of mine? Right? Like, get out. Like, so, but that's how it is. They're black and white. They see things in black and white. Here's the biggest problem I see in organizations. A lot of, especially in the nonprofit world, we got people with big visions, right? The creative communication style. And then they have harmonies and templates usually working under them, the majority. There's some actions thrown in there and some other creatives. But what happens is the templates, the company CEO creative comes in and goes, here's my fabulous idea. And they give a big vision, right? They give this big vision and then they go, now go make it happen. And the template communication style is like, make what happen? Like what? What am I making happen? What am I doing? They work best from a to-do list. So when we say to them, this is what I need you to do, step 1, 2, 3, 4, man, they are on it. Some people actually misconfuse template communication styles when in the right environment are movers and shakers. They misconstrue them as action types, because if they got a checklist, they are motivated by the checklist. They are like, let me check. It is satisfying to hit a check on that box and get that done, move on to the next thing, right? Yeah, I see some resonation going on here. So what happens is they need that. So, and then the harmony people are like, I don't know what to make happen and I'm scared to ask. So this is like, and then this is why we're not productive in our environments, because we don't give people the information that they need. We're not speaking to them the way they are. So the template communication styles, they hate surprises. I always tell people they don't like to be surprised. Don't throw them a surprise party. They don't like it. Why? Because surprise takes away everything that they need, which is what I told you earlier. What was it? Safety and security. You think there's anything safe about throwing them a surprise party that they don't know about, that isn't in their agenda? Right?
No, right.
These are the people. I have a sign on my agendas whenever I go in to do a training with an organization. There is a sign. I set up an agenda. I send it out in advance. And there's a reason why I do all these things. That's another day. But I also put in there, this is the agenda. It's used as a guideline. Please know that we will move to the flexibility of the organizational needs in the moment, right? So I have a disclaimer on there that says, use this as a guideline. Go ahead and check it off. See if I'm on time. But please know that we have to have some flexibility and allow the magic to happen, right? That we need that in there. We need some flexibility. Okay, so that's the template communication style. I see we're running out of time, so I need to fast forward myself. So here we go. I'm just going to put it up on the screen and we're going to talk about it, and then I want to do a hot seat. So the formula for any time that you're talking to big or to multiple people and you're not sure of the audience, you want to start with the action first, because the action has, they are the ones that you have to grab their attention. Remember, if it's not on fire, they don't care about it.
right? So you want to grab their attention, you want to bring them in, and then you want to go to the creative and give them the big picture. Now we can send out this slide to you in a PDF. I'll get it to Aretha if you want it, or take screenshot this if you want. So, and then you have the harmony. You need to do the connection. And then the template, which is give them the details. So when we're talking about a 60-second commercial, I wrote this morning for you guys. I want to show you, this is less than 60 seconds, but I'm going to give it to you. Imagine that grants and donations are rolling in. You are attracting and retaining the top talent in your industry. Your board is committed to your vision, and the community you serve, it's making a huge impact. My name is Claudia Jean, and I've been guiding non-for-profits just like you for over 20 years, using the chat methodology to assist you in writing grants to win, attract the right people, and create a greater impact in the community you serve. PM me for a free consultation. That's less than 60 seconds, right? Did I grab your attention? You want to win some grants?
Wow.
Right? Okay. So I grabbed your attention. I said, imagine that the money's just rolling in, right? And then I gave you the big picture. You're attracting and retaining top talent. Your board is committed to your mission, and you are making a huge difference in the communities you serve. That's big picture. And then I'm connecting with you. I'm telling you who I am, and that I've worked with your types of organizations for over 20 years. And then I'm going to tell you how I'm going to do it. I'm going to use the chat methodology, and then I'm telling you what we're going to do. So those are the details, right? And then always a good 60-second infomercial has a way for them to take action now. When you want them to take action?
Now.
Now, you want to take action now. So I said, PM me, right? Send me a private message right now. How many of you jumped on that for a free consultation? Where are you? All right, I'll look at the chat box later. But do you see how that formula works? Did that do a good job? Is there anybody who wants to take the hot seat? I had to show my hot seat. Okay. Anybody want to take the hot seat? Let's see. I'm gonna stop share. Any takers? Want to give it a try? So give me your 60-second commercial and I'll give you some feedback.
Come on, there's a prize with this. Come on, let's do it, guys. Let's win.
No? Okay, we'll keep moving then. We'll keep moving. I'll go on. One of the things Aretha talked about earlier about making sure.
Oh, Elaine said she will. She put it in the chat.
Okay, Elaine, I'm coming to you. So Aretha talked about earlier about writing a good story, right? I highly recommend this book. It's called Building a Brand Story by Donald Miller. And it's really, really great. If you haven't looked into this, and then apply it with my formula I gave you. So use their work to build your story and then apply with my formula. You got a winning combination. All right. So who wants to do it? Who wants to do the hot seat?
I will try. I'm trying to follow your lead a little bit there.
All right, great. All right, let's go. So don't know that you don't have to do it perfect. That's not what this is about. Just do it. There's no judgment. Nobody here is judging you because you're the only person that stepped out. So, right, and nobody's judging you. Go ahead, give me your 60-second commercial, and then I'll give you some feedback.
Okay, great. So imagine a child going to school without the proper undergarments and feeling ashamed and embarrassed. It's heartbreaking, and imagine that this is the reality of millions of children around the world. So my name is Elaine Burks Mitchell. I am the founder and executive director of the UntiChess, and we envision, a world where hygiene equity is something where families in need can focus on food, shelter, and safety and not have to worry about underwear. So we provide underwear to nonprofit organizations around the world, and those organizations are helping them providing life skills and restoring dignity to those families. So I'd like to invite you today to partner with us to help unmute the conversation around hygiene poverty and underwear poverty, so that we can begin to donate basic essentials like underwear to families and youth in need, so they can begin to thrive instead of just survive on a daily basis. So you can connect with me at untichest.org and become part of our solution.
Woo! She deserved that round. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. First of all, you did a really great job, Elaine. I want to tell you that you did a really great job. You grabbed my attention right away, right? May I make a suggestion? Would it be okay? Okay, because you're here for that, right? You're here for that. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most coachable, where are you on the scale of 1 to 10?
11.
11. Woo. Okay. We're going to talk. First of all, you're going to get a free chat assessment. You're going to be able to take my chat assessment. It'll take you less than 60 seconds. And we're going to send you a complimentary link to take that. So I'm going to write down your name, and if you'll IM me after this, your email address will take care of that. Okay. All right. And then, so I want, you talked about imagine a child. So my one critique would be, when you say, I want you to put them in that place. I want you to put the person you're speaking to. Can you imagine going to school and not having underwear, right? Like, I want you to put them in that driver's seat, because a child, especially if I'm somebody who don't have children, right? Or I don't resonate with that. So we want to focus on them. So put them in the driver's seat. Imagine going to work and not having any underwear. How would that make you feel? Like, bring that out in them. Now, I love that you talk about where I kind of got lost, and I feel like you could tighten it up. When you started to talk about all the things, the details, it got a little long, and I started to have a hard time following that. Okay. So remember your actions, they're only going to tune in as long as you have their attention. Now, you ain't got panties on, gets their attention, right? That grabs their attention, but now we got to keep it. So when we get into that area of the details, it started to feel a little long, and you could start to see people check out, right? So what we want to do is keep that really succinct. So the good news is that you also get a 15-minute consult with me, and you and I can fine tune this in that 15 minutes. Does that sound like a great idea?
Yep.
All right. All right. All right. I see I have, 60 seconds left, Miss Aretha?
I'm going to try.
And you had some other people pop in the chat, and actually Pastor Shannon put it in before Elaine. He is like a second. Yeah. And then
Okay.
Brian. Yeah.
Okay. What's after me? So what's after me after this?
Dr. Sandra Stanley. You keep going. It's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to go to, who am I going to? Give me the names in order.
Pastor Anthony Shannon, and then Brian Randolph.
Okay, and then Brian Randolph. Okay, great. All right, so Pastor. All right, let's go.
All right. Hey, my name is Anthony Shannon, and I want you to imagine going to school and not being able to do the work. You can't do the work because there is no internet. You don't have access to internet. And the internet in today's time, for most people, have it, but there's this digital divide. That's where we come in. We help provide and make it possible for the kids to go to school that don't have internet. I would love to work with you. After 25 years of doing this, we would love to help you, help the kids get internet and close this digital divide. You can contact me at victorydevelopmentcorp.org.
Okay, very good. And you came in under a minute. You came in at about 48 seconds. So
wow.
Yeah, so good job. All right. Pastor, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most coachable, where are you?
Oh, I'm coachable. 10.
Okay, there we go. 10. Pastor, I'm going to ask you to consider removing your name from the first thing you say. Because
okay.
I don't care about your name until I care about what you're saying.
Got
okay.
it.
So I would take that out. So, and I also getting a little confused about, first of all, I think you have a TED Talk in there, by the way. I'll just throw that shameful, a digital divide, an internet divide, a gap. I hear gap in there.
Yes.
I think that would make a great TED Talk. But that's another subject. But here's where you lose me, because it's like, I want you to bring me back to the time of, you got to remember, you want to put them in the problem seat. So the problem is they don't have internet, and right. So you got to put them in the seat. Do you remember when we didn't have the internet? Do you remember what that was like? Can you imagine? Can you imagine that tomorrow the world shifted and we had no internet anymore? Now, what if you're a child trying to go to school and get an education?
Wow.
Right? You see
That's good.
See the impact?
Because when you said that, I could see myself going backwards. Like, oh, I've a picture painted in my head for me to go backwards.
Yes. Yes. And that's the idea. Because until they buy in, right? I tell all my not-for-profits, you know when people care about you? When it matters to them. That's when they care about you. My visual disability, all my clients in the visual disability world, you know what? Nobody cares about them until somebody themselves or somebody in their family loses their vision. Right?
You're right. You're right.
So people don't care until you matter, until it matters to them. So you need to put them in the driver's seat of whatever problem you're solving, and give them that visual. Can you imagine trying to do your work now without the internet? Do you remember the day that we didn't have internet? Now imagine you're a student who's already in an environment, right?
Yeah.
Right? We're talking about, right, in an environment.
Absolutely.
Your learning is already difficult.
Yes.
Resources are difficult.
Yes.
Right? You want to put them in that seat. So again,
and that makes people say yes, it seems, because as you're talking, I'm finding myself saying, yeah, I can laugh because I'm imagining it. I'm like, oh, I see. I'm connecting the dots now.
Yes, Pastor. And this is where I win my templates over, because now I'm showing my credibility. You see what I'm doing?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Send me your email and we'll get you that free complimentary chat assessment, which will give you your communication style. And then it will also give you a link in it for a free 15-minute consultation. Go ahead and book that and we'll fine tune this for you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. You're very good too, by the way. I really, really appreciate that because I was able to follow and engaging. So thank you.
You're so welcome. It's my pleasure. This is my passion, my purpose. This is what I'm designed to do. I always tell organizations, look, I'm here to help. You think I'm here to help you make profitability and productivity, which is true, which by the way, is only a side effect of a culture that's inclusive, that makes people feel valued, heard, and seen, right? And but what I'm really up to is creating world peace. Because if we can't even get along in the office, how are we going to talk about the bigger problems in our world?
You know, when you talked about that template, that really, I didn't know about that, but I do have, you know, a couple of people that when I know this, when I give them, you know, all the details, like you got A, B, C, D, this is priority. Oh my God, it's great. If I don't, they're all lost. So I didn't know what to call them, but I know what to call them now. So thank you.
You're so welcome. And be careful. The idea of chat is not to put people into boxes, right? Like, because there's some other systems out there that like, they're like, oh, once you test this, that's yours. And I'm like, okay, I recognize and I respect your science, but my science and the way that I reverse engineered it is that it is flexible. You can move in and out of them. And over life, you know, education, circumstances, situation, conditioning, you're going to change. So why would we want to pigeonhole people into things, right? And
that's true, yeah.
Yeah, and somebody who might not be template, but they're highly conditioned and they can function well in a template position. Does that make sense? So I always caution people from using it to like kind of pigeonhole. It's the right person for the right seat. So we talk about that. We use that for hiring too, but there's a way to go about it so that you're not pigeonholing people. If that makes sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
You're so welcome. All right. And then I have Brian, and then I'll wrap it up. Aretha, sorry, we're running a little late. You still want me to do Brian, I'm assuming, right? Okay. All right, Brian, let's go.
As of right now, there are over 180 food deserts that are identified in the Florida area. We here at Help Against Hunger are basically created to help people get the resources and linkages that they need in order to get good food. Imagine your family not being able to cook for one night, always having to be forced to go to get fast food or get something that's undesirable. We teach classes on how to cook. We teach classes on how to develop your own gardens. And we even give you linkages on how to get with other resources in the community to develop a way to get healthy meals into your homes. We want to help you with whatever is hungering you, whether it's a resource or food itself. Please help us here at helpagainsthunger.org.
All right, give him a big round of applause. Give Pastor Anthony a round of applause too. I think I forgot to do that and it just dawned on me. Big round of applause for all the people stepping up. Of course, Brian, same thing for you. Send me your email in a message and I'll make sure that I get you your free assessment as well. Okay, I love what you have. So this is where I used to be a television producer and we would have to cut up stories to make sure that they flow, right? And you start off with the food desert. I know what a food desert is because I've worked in that industry. But some people still don't know. I know it's crazy. Some people don't know what TED Talks still are, and they've been around for 30 years, right? So some people don't know what food desert means. So I'm not, that's your first word out of your mouth is food desert. So if I can't recognize it and resonate with it, I might check out of the situation, right? But you go down, a little bit further in your talk, and you talk about, imagine your family not being able to eat. I was like, bam, that needs to be at the top. Cut and edit, right? That needs to be at the top. Imagine that you're starving. Imagine that you can't feed your children, right? And there's a lack of food, and that you educate people in your 60-second commercial. That is what we call a food desert, right? So you got to give them a little bit of that. And then when you start talking about, so similar to Elaine, when you start talking about all the details, you go too far in, right? But for me, not you listen, I'm giving you my advice. You take what resonates, you use what resonates, what doesn't resonate, you stick it in your back pocket or throw it out. All right. I don't know your industry the best, but we're gonna spend time, we're gonna tune this up together. Okay. So when you say about we're gonna get you connected and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, like I'm not there yet. Right. So let's go to dinner first, get me in the door, and then you can give me the services that I need, right? We're dating, we're courting. First, get me on the first date, right? And then when we have the first date, you can give me more information, right? We're going to get you connected. We're going to do this, that, and the other thing. So again, great job. I just think we need to cut it and move it around a little bit. So when all of you who have won the 15-minute consult with me, what I'd like you to do to prepare for our meeting is come with it written up in a Word doc that we can put up on the screen, and then we're going to cut and move it around, and we're going to edit it. Aretha knows I did this with Aretha. We'll record it so that you can go back and watch it afterwards, because a lot happens when I'm on, because I'm a creative. The ideas are just coming, and I never remember what I said 5 seconds after I said it. So we have to record, right, Aretha? Aretha was like, what was that? I was like, I don't know. Watch the tape, because my ideas, the problem solving just comes. That's part of my communication style. So come prepared, and we'll make sure that we just fine tune it. It just needs some tune up. We'll fine tune it and knock it out of the park. Does that sound like a good plan? All right, give him a big round of applause. All right, Aretha, am I missing anything?
No, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you. Put some thank you, some hearts in the chat. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, yes.
Do you see what I have in my hand? This is
This
is my book that I wrote directly towards non-for-profits with my co-author and mentor, Marilyn, who Aretha and I both know and love her. I don't like the cover of it. I will tell you that. I'll just, sorry, Marilyn. I know it's part of your toolkit, but it looks like the Partridge Family's bus blew up on the cover of our book. But I have one book to give away, so first person that writes it in the chat gets it. And then,
I was gonna say, Marilyn's gonna see this, right? And I have plenty of those books too, so.
That's okay, I love Marilyn. It's no offense to her, it's part of her look. I love her, it's all great. It's my first book. I would never got it done without her. She is a godsend. I love her so much. She's a great mentor. Okay, I think I made up for that. But just to round it out and close it out, is imagine how you can use this in your non-for-profits and grant writing with your staff members, with your volunteers. You can use it in your copy. You can use it in your campaigns. You can actually create chat masterminds and look at things from all different perspectives. It's unlimited, the possibilities, and so is you and your organization. And however I can serve you, I will. Thanks for having me here today.
Thank you so much. You know, I love you and I value your time. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Now I gotta go back and find all my emails and stuff in this chat. Okay.
Yeah, we'll give you time to do that. While Claudia is doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and spin the wheel again before we introduce our next speaker. Let's just have some fun. Find this.
Pick me.
We're gonna see, your name is on there. Let's see. Spin the wheel. Let's see. Is Sanford here? You gotta be here. Sanford, unmute yourself if you're here.
Yes, excuse
Oh.
me. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna remove you and then I'm gonna stop sharing the screen and see who you are because I have never met you. Where you're at? Oh, how are you?
How
Nice
are
to
you?
meet you. Okay, pick number 3 or 4.
3.
Number 3. Okay, you get a $20 gift certificate to the movies.
Oh, okay.
Yay. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do me a favor and email me your address so I can get this to you in the mail.
Will
All
do.
right. Okay. Awesome. This has been so good. You guys need a 5-minute break or you want to keep moving on to the next speaker?
I just want you to know, Dr. Aretha, you always do a fantastic job. Your cadence, your voice, and your information, so relevant. Thank you so much for sharing and doing your purpose.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna move on then. Let me get ready to share my screen. I'm so excited. This is another young lady. I have to tell a quick story. I had a booth at the first Megafex that TD Jakes had, and I had my books there, and she bought one of my books, and she's like, I'm gonna stay in touch with you. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'll never see this lady again. Well, Sandra was calling me and calling me and calling me. She goes, I don't know, you already heard her accent, right? She's like, I don't want you to be my sister. And I was like, oh my God, okay. But I love her and I love what she's done. I've been to Texas. I've lived in Texas. I've seen Fort Worth Junior League build her a house from the ground up, and she didn't have to pay for nail paint. You guys have heard me tell her story before. This is the Sandra Stanley, Dr. Sandra Stanley, I'll say, is a native of Fort Worth, and she opened a nonprofit called Opening Doors for Women and Children. That vision has assisted over 800 women now and men with reentry, and it's been incredible. Sandra is a certified nonprofit consultant. Let me plug that under my business, and she has just developed a passion that is like none other. She is a hard worker and you're gonna hear it in her voice. She's stern, she's that action person, like just do it. She gets it done. Sandra I've seen her raise money like that. So you wanna really pay attention to Sandra and write some notes. Sandra, I love you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Okay, good. Let me see, is it afternoon yet?
Yes,
in Florida it is. Okay, so hello everyone, and thank you for joining in. Thank you, Aretha. I love you. Just working with you, and we love to educate. We do a lot of these things together, and now that we can come together to just contribute a little bit more. So as she said, I'm Dr. Sandra Stanley. I'm here in Fort Worth, Texas, and yes, I do have a little slang. That's just me. And but that slang gets me indoors, so it's okay. So I just wanted to come. She wanted me to talk about transitional housing because so many people have asked about that. But just to give you a little backdrop of my history, so it's opening doors for women in need. Aretha said children, but it's opening doors for women in need. We just talked about that, right? Opening doors for women in need. So I help women and men coming from prison. That's our mission is reentry. So we help them coming home. And so our year is 20 years this year, and I'm so excited about that. And we're debt free. So we own our houses, we own our building, and all that's faith driven. My mission was faith driven. And I was committed to being obedient to my purpose in life, praying about it, fasting about it, and asking God, what did he want me to do? And which each venture, praying about it, and then just seeking God for my answers, and having good supportive board members, having good supportive family members and donors. And the donors that God sent me were beautiful, just listening and watching. And people are watching you in your community. Just let you know that people are watching you in your community. So, okay, Aretha, I'm going to share my screen with them. Okay, so this is, she wanted me to share about, so many people have been asking Aretha about what do they do to start a transitional living program or home.
We can't see it yet, Sandra.
Huh?
We can't see your screen yet.
You can't? Okay.
No, try it again, please.
Is it loaded? Okay.
No, not yet.
Okay. Oh God.
No, let me review. Go ahead.
This is what we worry about.
No, that's okay.
Oh, I know what I have to do. I have to go to share. That's what I have to do. Share screen. And then I have to go to this. Okay. Okay. I missed a step. Okay. There we go. Now you can see it. Okay. So I have so many people also coming and ask about transitional living and how to start a program. So first of all, you just want to know in your area if there's a need. So, you know, in Texas, we send a lot of people to prison, and therefore a lot of people are coming home from prison. Therefore, a lot of people need housing when they come home. Sometimes they've exhausted their relationships with their family members, with their children, and people are just wanting you to get out here and make it on your own and try to survive on your own. So there's a need for housing for the ex-offender. So I just wanted to start out with that. So also, Aretha told you that it's I am a consultant under her leadership. So that's Stanley Consulting. So I have helped over 100 people form their formations for their nonprofits, and then the opening doors for women in need. So going to this first slide right here, where will your nonprofit home be located? So also you want to ask the question, I have to ask people this question because the first time you come and talk with me and you start asking me about money, how much you're gonna get paid, how much you're gonna make, that's a red flag for me, because people coming home from prison, hello, they don't have any money. And so you have to really look at what kind of population do you want to serve? Because with the prison, people coming home from prison, these people sometimes don't have any money unless you can get a donor. And you can get donors like a church group or a re-entry group, a prison group, or write a grant for indigent beds. Like for the year, you can do like 12 beds and say, can you support us for 12 beds? That'll help a person for 1 month if you get an indigent bed. So you kind of have to look at, do I want to do a for-profit or a nonprofit? Or you could do both, just like Aretha's teaching you about. If you're a church, also have a for-profit and a nonprofit entity with a different whole name. So with this program, you also can do that if you want to make money. So if that's your main focus is money. So do you own your home? Will you own your home? Will you rent a home? And if you go to rent a home to do transitional living out of, you have to make sure that your landlord understands and y'all have an agreement that that's what you're going to do, and they have an understanding. So they might give you a commercial lease, because that's really what you're doing, and you need to be responsible for those repairs, because when you got that many people going in and out of a home, you got damages, you got all kind of incidents that come up that you might need repaired. So I've done that before. I rented one of my properties to a person doing a transitional home. And you just got to make sure they're following the rules. So a landlord takes a lot of risk. So you have to have a good understanding with that landlord. And you do also have to understand, if you're renting and you have a mortgage or you're paying for that home, you have to have an understanding that I got to make that money every month. I got to have that money every month to pay this mortgage. And if you're pulling from your home you're pulling from your home finances to take care of this, which we all, when we start out, we all use finances, but you have to budget for this to make sure this works. So you're not in the red at home and losing your own home. So I know a lady that did that. So make sure your neighbors, what about the neighborhood that you're gonna put this in? Are they gonna be respectful? Are they gonna come against you with the city council? Are they gonna report you to code? If you, and then you also have to see that the city regulations, your city regulations. So for me in Fort Worth, if I have 5 unrelated people in a home, then I am not have to be regulated through the state or through the city. I'm good. I'm good. 5 unrelated people. So you have to check out the regulations, and it comes under transitional living. It comes under group homes. So you really have to get those definitions down, because I've seen a lot of people. Just keep in mind, this population that I serve, they're coming already from a part of 8 or 9 or 10 people. So what do you want to provide for them as a human being? Do you want to provide for them a home? Or are you just trying to make money, put a hope? And then what adult wants to be in twin beds? They've been on this metal bed for these however time they were incarcerated. So now you want to put them in a twin bed, a grown up? So I really have empathy for that. So I really, when I talk to people about starting a home, I really want to give them the great information for them to be successful, and for that person that's coming to your home to be successful, because they're human, and we're not just trying to make money. We're trying to, for me, it's a ministry. It's a ministry for me. And so when you heard Aretha talk about ministry versus nonprofit. So we interchange that name a lot because we're doing a lot of ministry. We let people come in for free. We write the grants to subsidize for what they need. So that's what we're doing. So it's truly a ministry. So just keep in mind those things. And Aretha, let me know if there any questions come up in the chat or if they have any questions so far.
Sure, I will.
So you might not want to do reentry. You might want to do, because you have to have a heart for it. You have to have an understanding for it. You have to have people in your circle that understand what you're doing, or they can relate a little bit to these people in the home. So do you want to do a home that for disabled people? Do you want to do youth groups? Now that, the foster care population is a huge population of youth coming from foster care. They just put them out after 18. And so where are they going? That's a good opportunity. If you love working with young people, that's a good opportunity to do a group home or a transitional home. And then substance abuse recovery program. If you have a substance abuse home, or they call it a clean living or sobriety program, you have to make sure that you have some kind of sobriety programs implemented. For us, we have an NA group down the street. It's 2 blocks they can walk. And then we do Old Comers, which is a 12-step program that's facilitated by CDs, and then you have discussion, and it's Christian. It's a Christian program because we are a Christian organization. And then you got to Celebrate Recovery. So any of those things you can bring, that's an opportunity, as we talked about volunteers, that's an opportunity for volunteers to come into your home or to your ministry or to your nonprofit, however you define it, and do a program for you. And that's fulfilling to them because they want to help. They want to help. People want to help. And so, and then the elderly care programs, that's helping the elderly when their children can't take care of them anymore and they need a place, but they don't want to put them in a nursing home. So those homes are really successful, and it's mostly private pay. So that's something you can think about too. That's a private pay entity that you're getting income from, and working with the family and working with their Social Security checks, being either having a guarantor or paid to help them with that money, to regulate their money. So those are things you need to think about when you're thinking about a transitional home, because you need to make sure that you're giving the people the care they need and just not opening up something because you think it's a good, profitable thing to do. So, okay, what is this one here? Low income group home halfway home, transitional living home, and sober home. So we just talked about those. So just think about that. And then when you have these homes, you have to have programs inside. What other programs are you having? Life skills? Are you teaching them? Can you believe how many people don't have life skills? They don't know how to clean. They don't know how to just even sit at a table and eat a dinner and not go into your room. So we're teaching those things. And then we have Bible study on Monday nights. So we're implementing the Bible study. So these things all make a program. So when we're interviewing ladies to come to our home, we're asking them, do you want a program? That's very important because it's structured, it's rules. You might just have somebody want to rent a room. My brother, he has a home and we just talked about it. I said, he didn't want to do a transitional home with programming. So he rents his rooms to guys. Well, actually right now, focused on sex offenders because sex offenders is another group that have so many problems. They're like the scarlet letter. They can't get a job. They can't be close to a park. They can't be close to a school, but they need a place to live, right? So, and sometimes they can't always go back home. So we decided, and I talked to him, I helped him set his home up. So he rents to sex offenders because it's on a main street. It's not close to any parks. It's not close to any schools, the regulations, and working closely with probation. Those guys are on probation. They have to go to classes. They are regulated to attend classes. So that's working for him. And he rents those rooms out for $500 a month. And that covers him. He's happy with that. And he don't have to regulate it, but he does check the home. He goes in and checks the home. So here's some other homes: foster home, working with foster children, MHMR homes. I met with a group yesterday. They do, that's all they do is mental illness. And that dad's home, that's disabilities also. And so I just talked about this. This is kind of repetitious: transitional reentry homes for ex-offenders. And in Fort Worth, we do have a one-stop, it's a reentry group. That's the main hub, and they have all the resources available. So you can apply for those. So you need to really get out there and see who's doing what, to have good referral sources, good partners, and to help you get the word out. Because you say most time people, they set up the home and then they say, well, where do I get my referrals from? But for us, we get our referrals from prison. So we're on the list. So you have to be qualified in Fort Worth, Texas. In Texas, you have to be approved by Department of Criminal Justice to be a home for people on parole to come home to. So therefore, it's a little process. It might take you 3 months to do that. You have to fill out paperwork. It's in Austin. The main hub is in Austin. So you have to do the paperwork. You have to go to your city, and you have to ask for how many, they want to know how many times police have been called to your property. They want to know those things. They want to know any kind of other things that's gone on, criminal activity at their property. So you have to fill out the paperwork to get approved. And when you get approved, then they put your name in like a catalog in the prison. Most of the time it's in the chaplain office in the prison system. And some prisons have reentry coordinators that have your information. So once again, you talked about earlier, marketing. You have to market. You have to get out there and let people know. Go to the parole office and let the parole officers. I'm doing a presentation this month at the parole officer because they're all new after COVID. Everybody's new. Even though I've been doing this for 20 years, I have to get out there and cultivate those relationships, let people know we're here, and those beds should fill up, they should be full. So, and then making sure you're keeping up with the rules for reentry programs for the housing with the TDJC. So they have to come out once a year and do an inspection. With every person that comes home from prison, they have to come out and approve the house, and then they have to do house visits. So they're coming by, but they drive by. That's the funniest thing, because They don't get out and go in the house because they have a caseload of so many people. Sometimes the girls just go outside and stand outside and wave, and the parole officer comes by to make sure they're living there. So you have to make sure that you can't keep anything private, everything's open. So you got to be visibility and transparent in what you're doing at your home. And then, so when you're setting up, what would you provide at this home? Are you going to furnish transportation? Are you going to meals? How are you going to help this person learn how to budget for themselves or save money? And then just what kind of housing are you going to provide for them? So as a nonprofit, you can get a lot of this stuff donated. The furniture, you can get it donated from, I know Ashley's and here in Dallas, Fort Worth, Ashley's and at home, some of those furniture stores, sometimes they have little nicks and they'll give you furniture. If you call and just do those donation letters and requests, make a list of what you need and see if you can get that donated before you start spending for it. Then transportation, with nonprofits, you can get reduced bus passes for your clients. Now, you can be putting yourself out there and providing transportation for everybody, right? So so we're on the bus line. So we're close to the bus line. But when they first come home, I do take them to their first parole office visit because they're already anxious and they're nervous. And a lot of times you can't ask your volunteers or your staff to do that. Or maybe, yeah, I can ask my staff, but I can't ask my volunteers to take a person to parole because they might be uncomfortable and that might be a boundary for them. Okay. Learn the needs of the community and who would benefit most from nonprofit housing, what resources are available to this community. One of the first things I did when I started was I went and I met with my city council person, talked about what I wanted to do, talked about my nonprofit. I talked to the people in my community. I talked to the neighbors, and just keep in mind, this might backfire on you too. So being transparent might backfire on you if they come against you. But they just feel like that you just got to run a clean ship. So the ladies are not allowed to smoke in the front. They have to smoke in the backyard, which they're not visible. They're not allowed company. So unless someone is coming to pick them up, they can pick them up. I say blow and go, blow and go. So you don't want to have a lot of traffic. You want them just quiet. You want it quiet. You don't want any trouble because your neighbors will come against you or complain. And they have every right to be, because you think about, I'm next door to a halfway house. Think about yourself. And so if you're providing that service, how would you feel? So my neighbors, they know what I do. It takes a village. And I'm telling you, they'll call those girls out, or and the girls do things like for the elders, they put the trash out and stuff like that, just teaching them the service. So we just want to make sure that you communicate to your neighborhood associations and let them know what you're doing, okay? Okay, what are we doing? That was community support. So I'll just talk about that, identifying the resources. So how many, when I first started, I went around and talked to some of the people that were already doing what I wanted to do. The ones that would share with me, we know everybody doesn't like to share. The ones that would let me take a tour, the ones that would share with me and just see what they were doing. And that's when I vowed to do the things I saw that I didn't support or didn't like, not to do those things, and do the things I saw that were good quality things, to do those things. So just making a commitment to treat people as humans and treat people, you know, when they come into our home, it's a home. It's a home. You want them to, it's a home. So you want to make sure they feel comfortable, and they've been in prison and they get so excited. They want to do well because, wow, this is for me. Okay, so, and when the city councilman knows, the community leaders know what you're doing, then you don't have, I've had that problem where we were trying to buy some land to build our building here, and one of the neighbors just decided to come against me, and he complained and complained. And he went to city council meeting. We were trying to get approved for that. And the mayor knew what I was doing. My city council knew what I was doing. I didn't have to open my mouth. And that's God also. They spoke for me and we got approved and they just shut him all the way down. I didn't have to open my mouth. And that was just a wonderful feeling that people supported me like that. Getting your business owners and community involved in local support groups. That's also for, we talk about funding. I have 3 churches that support me in their grant programs. One is a Methodist church, one is Episcopalian church, and then one is a non-denominational church. So the churches, they give me, those 3 churches give me a grant that I have to apply for every year. We've been talking about grant writing, applying for grants. But the one church, that grant, I hate doing that grant because it just opens up and then you got to finish it and it don't save it. You got to do everything. And that one, Aretha, always gives me anxiety because if, you know, and then you only have so many words and I'm going, I don't want to make a mistake, but and you don't want to take things for granted, even though they've been funding me for years, then I don't want to just take that for granted when I'm submitting this grant. So this year we're doing some different things when we're applying for that grant. So, and what I've done on those grants is I applied for energy beds. So, so you think about 12 months of energy bed, and then what that takes to cover a lady for 1 month. When she comes in for 1 month, then we cover the first month through these grants. For 1 month, she can come in, get herself together, get her paid documentation together, and then we move on. Then another lady comes in. So when she comes in, we got that 1 month cover. So that's a good way to do when you think about what can I ask for? What can I ask for? And then also getting these churches to donate cleaning supplies. They want to do something, they just don't know what to do. So if you get them to donate, I have three or four churches. So every quarter, it's like one church comes with donations for cleaning supplies, and toilet paper, paper towels. You know, those things are costly when you got 3 houses in a building. So I ask for those things, and the shampoo, people give us a lady that sells Avon. Every time she depletes her inventory, she brings it to us. I give it out at some of our functions and give it to the ladies. So, and then the clothes that we get, they don't have any need, or if a man comes, we provide clothes for them. So these groups can help you run your program through gift in kind. Those are gift in kind things. Okay, so here we go. So marketing your group home. So you got a website, and you know your donors, check your websites and current stuff. So make sure, if you like me, I have to get someone to help me upgrade my website. So make sure everything is on there current. And if you got testimonies on there, make sure those testimonies are current. Sometimes the ladies that do your testimonies, they might not want to be on your website for 5 or 6 years. They, you know, because they're doing well, they don't want everybody to know their business. They were welcoming giving that testimony prior to that because they were so excited. But once they start doing good, they might not want their employer or stuff. So think about those things and having nice professional photos on your website, and then using Facebook and Instagram, and creating a Google business account for yourself. So those things help you with marketing. Most of my Facebook is all about opening doors. People watch me, they follow me. And you know, when we do the major campaign, one major campaign here in Fort Worth is September is North Texas Day of Giving. And people follow us, and they do a great job of donating to us because they've been following us. And then we promote that day on Facebook, and people are donating in text. We text people, we Facebook, and we get money we're not even trying to get that month. So that's a good thing. Okay, so this is back to what I was saying about provide food. Do you provide food? So most of the ladies coming out of prison can get food stamps here in Fort Worth. That law changed years ago. So one of the things we do is take them to the food stamp office, and these ladies are very good about sharing. And I don't regulate the food stamps. Some of the homes, they confiscate the cards. I don't do that because it's federal money. There's feds, it's a feds. All you need is one person to get mad at you and complain about you took their food stamps. So I don't advise that, but a lot of people do it. They work so good together, sharing and cooking together and sharing together their food stamps. When one doesn't have it, then everybody's eating over there. And then we have a small food bank from Sprouts. So that's called the Harvest Program. It's a Harvest Program. I think that's nationwide. I get food from Chick-fil-A, and then we get food from Sprouts. So once a week twice a week we get food from Sprouts, which that's a whole food store here, a healthy food store here, and we get vegetables, day-old things milk, yogurt, all those kind of things, and we give that out to everyone in the community, just not our ladies in the house, but anyone can come and get food. They know we got regular people in our neighborhood. They come on Mondays and Thursdays and Tuesdays to get food. And the ladies get to eat that food too. So if they don't have a need at all because of the programs that's available to your nonprofit. Okay, life skills. So as I said, we are teaching them how to, the hardest thing is the budgeting. They just don't, I don't do bank accounts with the ladies because they go back and take the money out. So what we do is we have them give might be weird to some of y'all, we have them give a money order with their name on it to us, and we hold it for 6 months, and then by 6 months they're ready for a bank account, because when they leave us they have at least $3,000 saved, and that's money enough to have they have the first month's rent and their deposit and for their utilities and all those things. Because with Second Chance, people coming from prison, it's really hard to get apartments. It's getting worse. So I've established some relationships with some personal landlords and that I know, and then also some programs through the city of Fort Worth. But some of those programs, the atmosphere is just not the best atmosphere, because these ladies don't want to do all this work and then go in a place and relapse because they're exposed to a drug-infested area. So we have to think about that when we're helping them find places to live, okay? And I said as before, city guidelines. What are the city guidelines? And let your police in your area, your captain patrol office, and let them know who you are, what you're doing. They come by and get coffee at my place. They come by and use our restroom if they need to. I even hire them sometime when I have parties and I just want to have security. I hire my police officer for our neighborhood, and that builds and cultivates a relationship so they know what you're doing, they respect what you're doing. If any problems happen at your home or at the house or in the neighborhood right there, they're gonna return your call. I have his personal number. I can call him if I need anything, okay? And then your application, since I'm on that right there, what kind of applications are you going to use? What kind of applications are you going to use for your claims? My application is like a 13-page application. And when they write us a letter, so they write us a letter asking to be admitted to our home. So we send, if they look good on the letter, then we send them an application like they're interested in the programming. We send them an application. And one reason why the application is 13 pages long, because we want to make sure that you're interested enough to fill out that application. If you're not going to do it. So we send them the application, then they send it back. And this is a cultivating relationship over a period of time, working with this person that's already incarcerated. But not always that happens, because we take people from rehab and we take people from jail. So those are short-term releases. So we get that application back and we review it. So you have to make sure that you're getting an application that's going to cover everything you might need, because once they come in, it's just hard to get information once they get admitted. Or if you admit them that day, make sure you're getting the information you need. Sometimes they don't have IDs, so you got to do their prison ID. Use that to recognize them. I don't get their social security card because there's no reason for me to have that. And I don't want anybody saying, if anything goes on, I don't want them to say I had their information and maybe it was us. So I don't need their social security number. I don't need a card, but they do need it to work. And sometimes we have to help them restore their identity because it's been lost, been stolen. When you're out there in the streets, they lose all their identity. For some reason, it's just so common that they lose their stuff. So we have to help them get that back. So just keep in mind, whatever kind of clients you're trying to admit, you got to develop an application process, and then you have to develop a brochure for marketing, those things. And also you can get volunteers like from the colleges. If you have a social worker friend that's a master social worker, some of the schools need intern hours, so you can get them to help develop some of these things. Or I put in Catch a Fire. Catch a Fire is another one. It's a new one that you can get volunteers, professional volunteers to do some of this development for you. And then some of the college kids need volunteer hours. Some of the high school kids need volunteer hours. Get them to help you for develop some of these marketing resources, because they're really good at that. I had one of my interns from Tarleton University come in. I asked her to do a flyer for the computer class, and she was done in like an hour. Wow. She said, okay, is this good? It was beautiful. So I hadn't even decided what time we was going to do in classes or when we were going to start the classes, but I go, okay, you got that done. And so, yeah, it's ways to get these things done that you might have a hurdle with, or that you might just, I love volunteers, and I love the interns from the universities. And I also love community service. When those people want to get rid of their tickets and they want to come, because I use that for the garden. Like, we have a community garden, and I get those people that need hours, they're desperate, trying to get this stuff off of them for a ticket, DWIs or assault charges, those different kind of things. And they come in, they're very humble. They're just trying to get the community service hours to waive and get back to normal. Okay, so any questions, Aretha, yet? No questions? Any questions, anyone?
No question. Lots of comments, because somebody said they doing the same thing and they were so happy that you were doing that. I'm trying to go back up the chat. You can unmute yourself if you can do that before I get to the chat. I know Nicole said she just received a gift donation of gift cards, purses and wallets and gift bags. So that's incredible. But you are doing something that somebody else wanted to do. Oh, it's Nicole. She's doing a reentry prison ministry. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just trucking through, y'all. So anytime you have any questions, you can put your hand up, or you can put it in the chat. Establish rules, and this is so important because they get amnesia. So we have our rules written and with a face sheet with a signature, they have to sign it. And not only do we mail it to them when they're in prison, but when they come home, that's the first thing we do that first day they're admitted, is read the rules to them, so they have a good understanding of what it is. And some of that is meeting the criteria of going to your meeting twice a week, getting a sponsor, working a recovery program. And that's challenging, especially if someone's never worked a recovery program. Most people have a drug addiction issue. So you got to implement recovery into this program if they're coming, if you're doing a prison reentry program, because most of them, they either been with somebody that had drugs and they got associated, or they was doing drugs. So that's like 80% of the people. Okay. So, and then just not backpedaling on your rules. So, you know, I had a girl, she just came in, she wanted to go on a date already. I go, no, ma'am, you got 30 days. And then I said, well, why don't you just go with him? Why go over here? I just gave her a challenge, you know. Well, okay, so make up your mind what you want. What do you want? Because you're not in a position to be in a relationship. But then we don't stop them from being in a relationship, but let's have discussion. So she's gonna, after her 30 days, she's gonna let me meet him. I said, well, bring him over here, let me meet him. Let me see what kind of guy he is. Because we don't want them slipping around and sneaking around. So let's be transparent and honest. So if that's what you want to do, bring him and let me meet him. And let's see what he's about, okay? Some of the ladies, they have different needs, you know. Some of them are, you might have one that's real, like we just talked about in the last session. So you might have one that's real aggressive, or you might have one that's real passive. And so we want to make sure that how you deal with them, that you're dealing with them, that's going to meet them where they are to help them help them respond better. So that kind of works for me. And then just giving love to them, because some of them don't have mother figures. They don't have, so whatever kind of home, if you have mentorship, you can bring mentors in. You know, it doesn't just have to be you. Bring mentors in to help them. It's a lot of mentor programs available, and they're looking for things like this to help. So even like if you're doing seniors, you might get a women's group to come in and help with bingo or organize bingo, help you do some of these programs that you're trying to implement. And that makes you look good, because you're taking care of spiritually, taking care of mind. You know, you might have someone that might want to come in and do Bible study. So I have a chaplain and I have a minister that comes in on Monday night. We do Bible study. If you're familiar with BSF, Bible Study Fellowship, is international, and that helped me when I was really trying to find out about the word, and I had a good solid Bible study. And one of the ladies, she used to teach that class, so she wanted to get involved. She wanted to do something. So she comes in on Mondays, and she's been with me the whole 20 years. And those girls are just soaking that up. They love it. So that's what I'm saying. You don't have to do it all yourself, but develop a good program in whatever kind of home you have. Bring these people in to help you make this person be successful. Okay. Wow. And I think that might be my last slide. So I know I went over a lot because I wanted to make sure y'all got it. But so like I said, we have 3 homes. I use one of them for staff. The chaplain lives there, and you know, because she gives me her free services, but she helps me as a case manager also. On Thursday, she comes in and she reviews the ladies' paperwork, because we do have like because somebody asked about that earlier, data sheets for outcomes, how to measure outcomes. So we do a lot of sign-in sheets, because when on a grant, when they ask you how do you measure, you say you can do sign-in sheets, and you can do pre and post. So we do a pre aggression aptitude test, and then after that we do a post test. So we test them on their anger and things like that, just how aggressive they are that way, and then we retest them again. So and we got a grant for that. So I mean, even we got a grant for revamping our marketing materials. So you just have to see what's out there and start local first. Start local. If you're new, start local. I mean, I don't go after the government grants, because with government grants, your faith is challenged on that. You cannot teach Bible study. You can't implement that. You can't do that. You can't say that. You can't do that. And if you are faith-based, that program that you're applying for, those funds for, has to be totally separate from where you're doing the faith-based spiritual stuff from. And you can change those words. Called spiritual support. Is wording matters too. How you identify your programs, we call it spiritual support. You know, so if Bible study is going to get in the way, sometimes I say spiritual support. So those are some of the things that a lot of things that have helped me. and just being transparent in the community, because you don't want your folks coming against you about what you're doing, you know, and then having a good conversation with the ladies in my program to say, hey, we're grown, you're grown. When you don't want to be here, let's have a conversation. You ain't got to slip out the door. I had one young girl, she was like 18 or 19. She wanted to go out the window to slip out. And I just told her, I said, why are you going out the window? You got a door right there. You can go out the door. It's okay. It's your choice. And that day I called her mother and told her to come get her. But you have a choice here. And I tell them that. So let's just make an agreement. Come to me and say, Miss Stanley, I don't want to be here. This is not what I expected. And let's have a conversation and make a good choice for you. It's your life. And then we do goal setting. We could do goal setting. What are your goals? And we do a vision board. As soon as they come in the door, I give them, have their boards ready, magazines ready. And they get so excited to do that vision board. And then like 3 months later, we go, let's look at your vision board. Let's see where you are with this vision. And then getting them a job that they like. One girl, she liked doing flowers, she florist. So she went to Tom Thumb. I told her, go to Tom Thumb. I went up there and talked to the manager, and she went up there and talked to Tom Thumb. And then she has a second interview. So pray she gets a job. Some people, the worst backgrounds is assault. If someone has an assault, it's really hard for them to get jobs. But I'm finding that is such an easy charge that police officers put on people, even resisting a police officer. When you talk to people, they tell you what they did or what happened, it's just so simple. And they get these hard charges on them. And I do see a difference in our Black and brown children get harder charges. It's just reality, it's just the truth. I've seen it. And then some of our white babies, I mean, it's just the truth. And so my heart, I have empathy. And that's why I keep doing it. It's my passion. I left corporate America to do this. It's my heart. I love doing it. Is it hard? I've had tears, heartbreaks when a girl relapsed or when she, now my recidivism rate is 3%. So I have a good recidivism. Not a lot of them go back to prison, but they might relapse. So relapse is normal, everyone. It's hard. It's just so hard out here, especially alcohol. Alcohol is the hardest one because it's out here. It's everywhere. You can't go nowhere. Hey, you want to drink? You want to drink? And that's the hardest challenge that people have. Okay, Aretha, let's see. What did I leave out? Y'all ask some questions.
Yes, this is a great time. Will you stop sharing your screen? Because this is the expert. She's been doing this 20 years, and you may not be in this space or want to be in this space, but I guarantee you, as long as you're in the nonprofit world, you are going to meet someone that wants to have a transition home. So now you have just gotten the jewels that you can share with them. Hey, I know somebody, she did 20 years and this is what she told me. And Sandra, go ahead and put your information in the chat. You can stop sharing your screen because I want to see everybody's face on the screen. This is the perfect time. And I know, Nicole, you said you wanted to start a transition home. So let's see. You got the pro here. She's been doing it 20 years. Let's see if you have any questions.
And if they have any questions about funding pieces too, this is an opportunity for them to pick my brain on that, because Fort Worth is small compared to some cities, and it's a good, I call it a good old boy city, because all the donors, all the foundations, they all know each other. Can you imagine going into a room and the big guy, the financial man that's over the foundation said, oh yeah, I was just talking about John with you, about you. And then, you know, how awkward is that for me to, I just didn't react because I go, well, I hope it was good because they both giving me funds, but they talk. And if you, one lady, she had a whole foundation giving her money for her program. And she kind of made one of them mad and came up against them. You know, sometimes they stopped funding her. I said, well, you kind of did that to yourself. And when we talked about it, it was something she could have just navigated through. You know, they give you, they tell you good information, So you have to receive it. So these guys are doing this. But this one man, he was asking me all these questions about what we're doing. And I had a yes to every answer. I said, yes, sir, we're doing that. Yes, sir. And then he said, well, you need to go over there and you need to talk to this guy because he's a good mentor. I said, well, sir, he's my mentor already. So I felt good about everything he came at me with. I could say yes. And then cultivate the relationships that you can. A lot of stuff is online, but I'm telling you, once you start working with a foundation and they feel good about you, you're giving in your reports, you're turning in true reports. When she talked about a budget, what she was saying was that when you do a budget, it's gotta be, you can't make up a budget. You can't pull numbers out the air. It's gotta be a true budget because those two men are financial wizards. They're financial. So they're gonna look at that automatically and know, well, this don't sound right, you know? And I had one I asked for, I was trying to build this building now. I was trying to get 300,000, which I could probably get that building built with that before COVID. That was before COVID. But he said, Sandra, nobody's gonna believe you're gonna build that building for 300. You need to ask for $500,000. You know, that's good feedback he's giving me. That's from cultivating that relationship, sending those thank you notes. And with North Texas Day Giving, what I did was everybody that sent me a donation, I sent a handwritten card. And I had a lady and her husband come by the building and they gave me, they said, Sandra, we sent out 5 donations to 5 different nonprofits and you're the only one that gave us a thank you, because those kind of programs, they automatically send a receipt. So a lot of people think, okay, they send a receipt, that's good, but what about building your relationship with that person or that person, that family that sent you money? So but they gave me a check for $250 that day, just because another $250 because I was the only one that sent them a thank you. So that's all important.
So Cashman, would you unmute yourself? Because when you said that, I don't know what that is. So go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
I'm sorry, I might have missed the part. So I believe I want to do a transition housing, but it's not for the jail. But what I'm finding is the hardest part is finding a home where the owners will allow you to have that if you're not owning it. And I did hear her say that, I'm sorry, I lost my voice. I did hear her say that she has friends and family, or that the homes that she has now where she's renting from. But I believe that's the hardest part of starting that, if somebody's not in a to go purchase some homes to start that. So how do you navigate through that?
Okay, let me correct that because I guess you heard me wrong. So my first home, I owned it because I dibble and dabble in real estate. So I donated my first home to the nonprofit because I wasn't afraid of donating that home to the nonprofit, because you cannot get any kind of donations if the home is in your name or still in your name. So I donated the home, but I own my first home. So, and then the nonprofit, one man gave me a home. So see how God worked that out. So I donated a home, then a man donated me a home. Okay, so then we bought some from the city of Fort Worth. We bought like 4 properties we brought from them, and we rehab. So that's when Junior Lee stepped in. The house was so bad I couldn't rehab it, and so Junior Lee said, "We just want to help you. We hear about your vision." So that's once again, we own all our homes. We owned all of them from the beginning. And so I don't have that problem. So, but with you're just going to have to, and I have some other people, that's what I'm saying. They do rent from independent landlords with a commercial lease, but you got to find that person that's going to be willing. And then you got to make sure how you're going to make that money every month to pay that landlord, because if you don't have a tenant, then how are you going to make that money to, paying for, and then how much are you going to charge the tenant? So a lot of people charge these people a lot of money to come in monthly because they trying to pay their mortgage. Right. So I'm trying to get you to think about, okay.
So I have an organization that will pay per room. They have a grant. down here in Orlando. It is just the housing. But I would definitely love to reach out if you can leave your information to reach out to you as well.
Okay. What did you ask me to leave, Aretha? My name and number or what?
However they can reach you, put it in the chat room, so you could share. And also, I don't want to interrupt you. Anybody else have any questions for Sandra? She dropped a lot of gems for grant writing as well. Feel free to ask. Okay, so it is 1 o'clock my time, and this is for everybody who's on the screen that I can see your faces, because the people who are not on the screen, I don't know if you're still there. Do you guys want to continue and move on? We just have one more speaker. Do you want to move on, or do you want to take a break? I need a consensus. If you want to take a break, put break in the chat. If nobody says anything, we're going to move on. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sandra. That was awesome. Yes, everybody's saying keep going, keep going, keep going. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sandra. Girl, the information you just gave today, priceless. Priceless. Yes. Okay. Everybody's saying move on. I think I know why everybody want to move on. Okay. Before we move on, just to take a quick break. Let me stop sharing this. I'm sorry. I wanted to do a little spin the wheel, the last one. How about that? Anybody feeling lucky today? Okay, I closed the screen, I think, you guys. That would be terrible if I did that. Anybody have a birthday today? Anybody have a birthday this month? Nobody has a birthday this month? No one? No one was born in February? Oh, wow.
My birthday is Friday the 10th.
Who said that? Who's mine?
Nicole.
Where are you at? I'm trying to see where you're at because I cannot see. Nicole, what's your
I'm
last
next to Miss Sandra Stanley.
not on my screen. Okay, so Nicole, email me your address. I'm gonna write your name on here. This one I cannot mail to you because what it is valued at $100. It's a 30-minute one-on-one with me.
Amazing, yes.
Yes. So please email me and we will set up a time, and you must use it within 30 days. So I don't want you to call me next year. Remember I had that one-on-one? No, 30 days, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and introduce, oh, there's my wheel, man. Well, it don't matter because Nicole got it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you to Claudia Humphrey. I met Claudia when I spoke at GWS Conference, I don't know, maybe 13 years ago. And we have been friends ever since then. We bounce stuff off each other. She's an incredible listener and gives incredible feedback. Beyond that, she's the CEO of Minding My Business Enterprise. I love that name, Minding My Business. She has been a nonprofit coach, consultant for over 20 years. She's a founder of Domestic Violence Shelter, Sexual Assault, Stalking Prevention Agency, and Claudia is a certified coach. She has a master's degree in global leadership and a bachelor's degree in information system technician. There's a lot I can tell you about Claudia, but I think that you are going to find out more by hearing from her. So Claudia Humphrey, thank you. And listen, she got up before all of you. She got up at 6 o'clock this morning because she's been in California. So thank you, Claudia, for your patience. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Awesome, Aretha, thank you. And I want to sort of give a caveat, a heads up that my computer is acting really strange. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. I saw it froze for a second, but we can hear you great.
Okay, because all morning long, since about 5 o'clock this morning, my time, my computer has been freezing and it never does that. So if at any time it freezes and you can't hear me, because as I'm looking at myself on the screen, it's freezing.
Yeah.
But I'm going to share my screen. If you can give me permission to do that.
You have permission.
Okay. Let me get this.
While she's bringing up her
Just a
screen, I'm
moment
gonna
here.
drop something in the chat while she's bringing that up. If you would like to contact me to work. If you
Is it
wanna-
acting up again? Am I frozen?
No, it's coming, it's coming. It's taking its time. You know how it does. It's just taking its time.
I
Sharing her
can't
screen.
hear any. Am I frozen, Aretha?
No, you're not. We can hear you. I'm so sorry. There's
Oh,
you.
okay.
If I can make a recommendation, I would suggest you turn your camera off. We've seen
Turn
that
my
a
camera
lot with
off?
Zoom. Yeah, if you turn
Okay.
your camera off, especially if you're trying to share, that
Actually,
can also interfere with the connection.
Actually, you know what? For Claudia, I mean, you guys got to see, for this one, you got to see her face. You got to read her energy. So Claudia, I really want you to stay on screen for this one because they have to see your emotion with this one. Okay.
Okay.
If it acts up, it'll pick back up. You're sharing your full screen. Did you want us to see your notes and everything? No, you want.
Well, I was trying to do a full screen, so let's give it a try. Can you see the full screen now?
We can see all your slides on the side. This is
Hello?
technology, guys. We have it. There we go. There we go. Okay, perfect. And you are on.
And I can't hear at all.
We can hear you. Keep going. You can't hear.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Is that better? Because I might have to stop sharing my
Can you hear us?
just barely. So can you hear me now? Is that any better?
We can hear you the whole time.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's just probably on my end. So I'm going to just have to be demonstrative in my voice since you won't be able to see my face. But if you listen to the cadence in my voice, you can tell when I'm smiling, when I'm sad, or when I'm feeling pretty emotional. And I do get emotional at times when I'm sharing my story because it meant so much to me to start a nonprofit and then to have some things change around in ways that I didn't expect them to. So let me just.
Claudia, can you go full screen, please? Go full screen because we can see your slides on the side. Go in presentation mode.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, is that better?
Perfect, there you go.
Okay, so just a little bit about me and the names and different things that you're going to see about me. They mean a lot. So I say give all of this because at the end of my presentation, you'll understand why some of the names are so impactful. So I'm the fourth of 8 children. And I was given nicknames all while I was growing up. One of my nicknames was I was called Quiet. I was called the Bookworm. I was called the Goody Two Shoes. I dated one man, married one man. My hobbies today are reading and learning French. One day I'm planning to go to France and spend some time there. Things I like to do. I like to hang out with my 8 grandchildren and my soon to be great granddaughter. Here is my family. And this is me. I don't know if you can see the little arrow, but this is me. I'm on the second row. I'm on one on the end next to my dad. And this is a for real photo. This is not photoshopped or anything. This is the way photos were taken and the way things look back in the year that I took this. And yes, that is a wagon back there. No, I'm not 100 years old. Can you still hear me? Aretha? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. These are my parents here at the bottom on the left. Both parents are now deceased. My mom just died a year ago. Long story short, this is me getting married to the love of my life. Dated one man, married one man. These are my 2 sons. And from these 2 sons, I have all of these lovelies here at the bottom. These are my grandchildren. life is interesting. And in my marriage, about, I would say 5 years into my marriage, this is what happened. Aretha, are you, can I stop sharing for a moment? Because I'm not sure if I put the sound on. Can you all hear the sound? I'm sorry, this is bad communication. Can you all hear the sound?
No, we can't hear anything.
Okay, let me stop sharing for a moment. And I'm going to share again. And if at any point you cannot hear me, please let me know, because it's very difficult again for me. My computer's never really acted this badly before.
Brian, you already know what it is.
Okay, hopefully you can hear the sound. Okay, that is happened in my marriage, 5 years into the marriage. And then a few years after that, this is the other thing that happened in my marriage. This is 18 years into my marriage. This is what happened. This is not my home per se, but this is what happened at my home. My former husband led a SWAT standoff at my home. I was not held captive. I was able to get out of the home, me and my 2 sons, but I had a nephew that was in the home who my ex would not let out of the home. And mind you, my one man that I dated, one man that I married was also my pastor. So reason why I stayed in the marriage was because of the fact that it was a church that was involved. 20 years of marriage, and it ended this way. It ended in divorce. Thank God for that, because I got out with my life. There were many times, especially on a Saturday night, when pastors should be getting ready for sermons and messages. In my home, pastor was holding a loaded gun. Hold on a second. Was holding a loaded gun to my head. Okay. But then on Sunday morning, as first ladies do, I was sitting on the 3rd row with my head leaning to the side, trying to hide some of the bruises and some of the emotions. 6 years after the divorce, this was born. This was my nonprofit organization. My nonprofit was called Lift 3 Support Group. And Lift 3 is an acronym for leading individuals forward through tough times. And trust me, being in a domestic violence relationship for 20 years, not sharing my story with anyone during that time, with the exception of my former husband's sister, who I was able to give a gun to, because my ex had several guns, and I was able to give and find one of those guns and give them to his sister, asking her to please keep them in her care. But she was afraid of her brother, so she eventually gave the guns back to him. So with all of the things that I had gone through in that 20 years, I started the nonprofit, and some of you will relate to this. I started my nonprofit with pure passion, with drive, with determination, and a calling. Talk about a creative person in action. That was me, 100%. And I built the organization. I'm waiting for my slide to change here. And built the organization with all that I was able to come up with as far as my own personal information and education. But one of the challenges was that I started the nonprofit with no nonprofit education, no nonprofit training or skills. I also started with no money, only my own money, which a lot, I'm sure of you can relate to that and understand that. I also started without having a coach, without having a consultant, without having a thought partner, or without having someone who can help me navigate the rigor of operating a nonprofit organization. I also started with no resources. I had no office, no staff, no volunteers, with the exception of one sister who was coming out of being a stay-at-home mom to help me. She was my only resource. So I started with what I had. And the main thing I did not have was I had no structure for the nonprofit. I had no back office operations, because remember now, I'm driven because of my passion, my determination, my calling, and my drive. And then fast forward, and before we get to that, some of you may have started where I started. And as you've heard all throughout the conference today, there are things you can ask for. And there are people that you can ask to be able to get some of the things that you need in order to be able to run your nonprofit. There are people who may not give you money, but they will give you time. One of the things that I also did, even though I started with nothing, I started getting out in the community, talking to people, talking to sponsors, talking to people who would champion my organization once they heard my story. I asked for opportunities to speak at different social clubs. I'm not sure if you all have a club called Seroptimus, but we have Seroptimus Club, Rotary clubs, different types of entities and organizations like that, that have opportunities for you to speak, just so that I could get out in the community and become known. I also asked for in-kind donations, and then of course I asked for money. 8 years after opening the doors of the nonprofit, we hit success. And this is with me working literally, I would say 16, 17, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. I built my organization up where we had 15 full-time and part-time staff, at 15 volunteers on a regular basis. The services that I had, a 24-hour crisis line. We did a court accompaniment for victims of domestic violence. And then we had 10 other services that we also provided. And I appreciate Dr. Sandra's presentation, because I also had 3 shelters. One was a crisis shelter, 24 hours a day, that was staffed. And then I also had a transitional shelter. And then we eventually got money to pay for a home from the city. And for those of you who are looking for places to go to find houses and money, go to your city councilman, your city meeting, your city manager. Those are the individuals who knows where the homes and houses are available. For my permanent home that we had, the city came in, not only did they buy it for my organization, but they also renovated it. No charge to me, no charge to the organization. We had 2 drop-in centers, and this was for victims of domestic violence to come in and share their story or to get help and resources. And this is for domestic violence victims, sexual assault victims, stalking, or dating violence victims. I did not know how to write grants at the beginning of the organization, but after trying and being denied and told why I didn't get the grant, I learned how to write grants. And I wrote enough grants so that the organization, we were able to secure 7 figures of funding for all of the services and for the shelter programs that we had in place. And I became really good at what I did, and that was because of trial and error. But a few years after all of the success, trouble came, death. First of all, my sister, who was my right-hand person, who came out of working at home to help me out, she died suddenly and totally unexpectedly. And at the time of her death, I did not realize how much I was falling into a state of total burnout from working for so long, so intently, so hard to be able to deliver the services that we were able to deliver. I also heard someone say on the call that they have a memorandum of understanding, and they're going to be partnering with their city or with their county to provide services, and they're going to be a grantee under a federal grant or a larger grant that their city council was able to secure. One word of caution for you is when you provide the services for them, provide only the services that you're contracted for. In my case, I over-provided services, and that landed me and my organization into a financial bind because I over-delivered. Instead of providing 2 services with 1 staff, I ended up providing 5 staff with 10 services because that was what was needed in order to be able to provide services for victims so that they can live, so that their families and their children could live. So be cautious and careful to only provide the services that you are contracted to do. And then I had 2 staff members. It was a husband and wife team who decided that they wanted to start their own nonprofit. And by this time, I had federal, city, state, county, foundation grants. And I believe I heard Aretha say that when you start getting big grants, be prepared to get big audits. So these 2 staff people, husband and wife team, I shared one of my grants with them, and they decided that they wanted to take the grant and start their own nonprofit by writing the same grant using my verbiage and language. So what this couple did was they reached out to the federal government and they complained. Now, mind you, I'm going through burnout. I'm suffering from grief, from the death of my sister. So I didn't go in the office as much. I wasn't as attentive as I had been for the years prior. So the couple really began to feel like I wasn't present and that something was going on behind the scenes that they were not aware of. So they called the feds. Okay. And then when the feds came, this is when I figured out and found out that the foundation that I had built my organization on was not as strong as it should have been. And the organization began to crumble. And it began to crumble when I got this letter. This is a letter from Office of Inspector General. And whenever you get this letter, or if you ever get this letter, I pray God that you never do. This is the sign that something is really off and wrong and bad. And this is what happened. I went through these audits simultaneously. It's bad enough to go through one audit, but to go through 11 audits at the same time by 9 different federal agents, no one's going to come out of that alive, if you will. And what I mean by alive, no one is going to come out of that without having some federal charges levied against you. And I did. Here is a copy of my indictment. I had 17 federal charges levied against me. And some of those charges were just unbelievable. I pled guilty to 2 of those charges. And one of those charges was theft of public money. The theft of public money was for $1,400. Mind you now, I had a 7-figure organization, but I pled guilty to $1,400. And the reason why I pled guilty to $1,400 was because it was a legitimate paycheck that was written to my sister. But because the federal government said that they had told me that my sister could not work for me, they took her funds and they said that I stole the money by writing her legitimate paycheck. Now, mind you, my sister worked for me 6 years prior to the feds coming. So that's neither here nor there. Second charge that I pled guilty to was falsification of government documents. Falsification of government documents was actually my timesheet that I submitted during the audit. As an executive director, if you haven't started doing timesheets for yourself, I suggest that you get in practice of doing that. I was in practice of doing that until I just got so overwhelmed that for 1 year, I did not do my timesheets, did not submit one to my board or anyone. And so when I knew that I was going to be audited by the Inspector General, I took it upon myself to go back and to create a whole year's worth of timesheets using whatever source that I could find to try to track and remember what I was doing on certain days. There was one timesheet that I turned in during the audit that showed that I was in the office, and it was that time when I was actually on a conference. But the thing about it is I never stopped working. Even when I would go away for conferences, I was always working. Nonetheless, I was charged with and pled guilty to turning in an incorrect timesheet. And this was just one timesheet. So out of that, I was given a 12-month prison sentence. And in that, and notice I'm saying 12-month prison sentence, not 12 months and 1 day. Had I been given a 12-month and 1 day prison sentence, I would have only had to serve 10 months. But because it was 12 months, I had to serve the full entire 12 months. But because my mom was dying of cancer, what they allowed me to do was to serve 6 months in prison, in federal prison, and 6 months at home with an ankle monitor. The first day that I showed up at prison, now mind you, my nicknames at the very beginning, I was quiet, Miss Goody Two Shoes. I like to read, I like to be quiet, I like to do all those things that would not get me into any type of trouble. So it was real shocking for me to go into the prison system and to actually go into prison. The first day that I was in prison, I was told that I was going to be taken to a special housing unit. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, finally, somebody realizes that I'm not supposed to be here. They have special housing for me, and I'm going to be treated with such kindness. Little did I know that the special housing unit in prison is the short term for SHU. And the SHU is actually solitary confinement. So within a few hours of getting into prison, I was taken right into solitary confinement. And I wasn't told for about 30 days why I was placed in solitary confinement. And one of the reasons that I was told why I was placed in solitary confinement was because I had a relative of a relative who worked somewhere in the prison system. So they put me in solitary confinement. Now, imagine going into your home and being in the smallest closet that you can find and being sentenced to stay in that closet 24 hours a day and being fed only through a small little hole in the door. And that's how you got your food. That's how you were able to communicate with people outside of that small little closet. And then being told that you cannot communicate with your family. So I was cut off from family, friends, and everyone for that 47-day period is how long I stayed in solitary confinement. One of the ways that I was able to handle that was not only through prayer and reading, which was the hobby. I found ways and figured out ways to overcome being locked and confined away for 47 days in that small little closet. But I figured out ways to work that. And one of the things that I did was I would exercise for about 1.5 to 2 hours a day. believe me, that gave me so much oxygen because being confined like that, you lose your oxygen, you lose your mobility, you lose your ability to really walk very far because the space is so small. But nonetheless, the other thing that I did was I started creating systems of organization. I started documenting every sound that I heard. I would document it. Every smell that I smelt, I would document it. I would get up in the morning. I would take my uniform, my papers, I would organize them. I started creating other programs and services that I could offer to people once I got out. And those are some of the things that kept me alert and alive. Okay, I'm going to start my video. I'm going to stop sharing. My computer seems like it wants to go to sleep. I'm trying Aretha here. My computer is spinning. Let me try this. Okay. Can you see me now?
Can see you. Keep going. Can hear you too.
Okay. So in 7 days, that was really difficult. That was extremely hard. I had never gone through anything like that before. Because the same place that I would get my coffee in the morning was the same place that I would take my shower. So that lets you know just how hot the water was to take a shower in solitary confinement. It was extremely hot, and there was nothing you could do if you wanted to survive. But once I was in solitary confinement for 47 days, what they allowed me to do was to be transferred to another prison away from my home, which was in Southern California. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area now, so they flew me down to Los Angeles. And that means that they gave me a ticket, they gave me clothes, they gave me, I think it was like $40 or $50 in cash. And that was to get me from the prison here in the San Francisco Bay Area down to the prison in Los Angeles. Now, mind you, I'm flying by myself, no escorts, no anything. I'm considered a low-level prisoner, if you will. So it was an experience after being locked up for 47 days to be able to walk around an airport. I had such shock from walking around in an airport after being locked again in a closet for 47 days. I had difficulty walking. I had difficulty just being in the crowd. Anyway, so I was allowed to serve out the rest of my 6 months in Southern California in a low security prison. But the thing about being in that low security prison system, we were surrounded by 3 different male prisons. And one of them was a maximum security prison. And we were required as low-level prisoners to go to the maximum secure prisons right after some of the prisoners had killed the guard to make lunches and meals for the prisoners there. So on a given day, I was required to make over 5,000 lunches and meals for the male prisoners at the maximum security prison. I survived. Thank God I survived. And then after I served my 6 months, I was sent to home arrest. And that in itself has its own trauma. I was given an ankle bracelet to wear for 6 months. And that was both good and bad, but I found a way to make it serve me in the sense that I asked my probation officer to give me permission to go to a gym so that I could get out of my house. I was given that permission, and I was able to survive that 6 months on house arrest. So where I'm at now, I'm at the rebuilding process. I'm 2 years now off of probation. And I am a International Coaching Federation associate certified coach. I built Minding My Business enterprise so that I can turn back now and help individuals who started like I did, who didn't have a foundation structure in their nonprofit, who operated with just pure passion, who operated with ways that that they could draw on from family and friends in order to be able to serve the population that you were called to serve. And that's where I am now, working with organizations and coaching and consulting, grant writing, and anything that I can do to help nonprofits survive. So that's my story. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been riding with Claudia before she went in. We talked, we prayed, we just covered her, and it's just been incredible just to see her, to know her, and to hear her story and what she's been through. Like, yeah, lots of comments and wows in the chat room. With Claudia, Virga, Sandra, and Claudia Humphreys, and myself, you got a whole tool bag that you can work with today. I hope something that was said helped you today. And I'm gonna let you say something to Claudia, because I see a lot of chats and thank yous and amazing in the chat. But if you want to unmute yourself and speak to Claudia directly or ask a question, feel free.
I just want to say, Claudia, I really appreciate your transparency. It takes a lot of, you can call it courage, guts, all of that to be able to feel comfortable and stand in your truth and share what you went through, because you could have gone through that in silence and not share that with anybody and still have impact in the community, right? But thank you so much for coming out of your comfort zone and doing whatever you had to do to overcome to get to that place to share that story. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. You're so welcome. Thank you for your comments.
This is Sandra. Claudia, oh my God, your story just touched me, but you're sharing so much important information for nonprofits. This is what we have to guard ourselves for. Even though you're going through all this stuff, you're burned out, and it's so important when you have federal grants that we keep up with the paperwork. And I just can't imagine I guess that's why I'm so paranoid about even getting the government grants.
Yes.
And a lot of times people are innocent, or they just don't have the wisdom and knowledge, and they do stuff not unintentionally.
Yes.
So thank you for sharing that, so people can guard themselves. And paperwork is important. Hiring family members with these grants, you got to really, like you said, when you accept them, you got to really look into them. Some government grants are reimbursable, so you have to be reimbursed. So you have to make sure you have the money in the account that's for that. So thank you so much. You just touched my heart, Claudia. I'm just
thank you so much, Dr. Sandra. I appreciate it.
Nicole, you can unmute yourself. I see you got your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I really enjoyed your story. That was really awesome, and enjoy, you sharing, your being transparent and so passionate. I am concerned because I currently work for a nonprofit ministry, and I am really concerned about the things that you shared and discussed as far as when it comes to paperwork, when it comes to audits. We don't have that in my office. And I always, raise a concern about that. We don't have anyone coming in doing all audits often. And it's really concerning for me. And there's money that's always coming in through private donors. We don't accept any government contracts because everything is mostly, it's a church ministry. So a lot of the donors are private, donors and people that are a part of the ministry.
Yeah, and
When
go
you,
ahead.
is this a church? Because remember we use that word ministry. Is it a church that's Sunday and Wednesday services? You preach the gospel, that's all you do?
Yes.
Okay.
But we do have a reentry, we provide reentry services to people that are coming out of prison and a mentorship program.
Under the church name or another nonprofit name?
It's under a nonprofit name.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Claudia. I need to
Okay.
hear that.
Okay, yes. Nicole, for sure, even though you don't have federal grants, there is an organization called IRS that could come in and audit. And IRS is federally operated. So you want to make sure that you get some type of audits. Because the thing about the federal government, they will take you down and anybody associated with you. It's amazing to see how people don't know your name after the feds come in. They forget all about you. So if you're feeling in your gut that something is awry and you need to get some type of audit, follow that. Please, 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 please.
Yeah, I see Danita, I see your hand raised, then Teresa, then Nikia. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that. It's I put in the comment, no good deed goes unpunished, because if it's not this, it would be something else that somebody's gonna attack you for. So you know what? God bless you. And thank God for the strength that he gave you to get through that. I couldn't help but notice that you had multiple charges. You said, I want to say 11, 17, whatever the
17,
case.
17
charges. Okay. You were convicted on 2 of those charges, which seem a bit minute to me. I mean, I think that you're grasping for straws if you are looking for a payroll sheet that may or may not have been completed at the time, but I digress. I am wondering though, during the process of having all of those people coming in and taking a look at your books, your this, your that, you listed so many. What I'm wondering is, through that process, if you had an attorney, if you had guidance from some sort, what was it that what was brought to your attention during those auditing, and you could just say, because I know you had observation listed as one, or it could be your whatever other paperwork you had. I wish I had that list in front of me, but I'm wondering what it was about those other things that they were auditing for, that you were able to do well on, but they may have said to you, hey, I'm going to let you go on X, Y, and Z because, it's fine, but here is where you lack documentation or whatever the case. Because I'm suspecting that even though they couldn't charge you for it, there may have been some things in there that we could all grow from that would be helpful to us to avoid this situation as well. So were there any things that they brought to your attention that you could have done better on, or what have you, that didn't rise to the level of a charge?
Okay, well, there's sort of thank you for asking that question. I'll try to answer it as best I can. There are a couple of things that automatically come to mind that I could have done better. In fact, there were a lot of things. Number one, when you get federal money, state money, city money, county money, any type of government money, keep it in a separate bank account. Do not put it in your bank account with all of your other funds. If you get funds from a foundation, if you're doing fundraisers, all of those types of things, keep that separate from any type of federal money. And then name your bank account something like federal grants or federal money. Because one of the things that you would hear when I would go to the conferences to train you how to manage federal funds, one of the questions was, do I need to put these funds in a separate bank account? The answer was no, you do not need to do that. But you do need to keep copious records of every penny, nickel, dime, and quarter. But because I was lacking in some of the paperwork and not keeping up with some of the things that I should have kept up with, things started getting commingled. And that was one of the things that, because I went through a forensic audit, that's a whole team of auditors behind the 9 auditors that came in the door. So they were able to track every nickel, dime, quarter, cent, what have you. And they saw that money was coming in from different entities, going out from different entities. And because if you heard Dr. Sandra, there's a lot of the grants that you get are reimbursed. So what I would do is, if money was in the account, payroll is 2 weeks, I would just use the money, whether it was from wherever entity. And that was a no-no. So my suggestion is to keep all federal money in a separate bank account. That's one of the things that you should do. And then there was another thing that came across my mind, but I completely forgot about what it was. But go back and look at your, oh, Aretha, help me, I'm losing. The information that you use to govern your organization, bylaws, there we go. One of the things that they did for my bylaws is they brought in a projector, an overhead projector. They took my bylaws and line by line, sentence by sentence, and they asked me to produce proof that I was abiding by my bylaws. And that was showing paperwork for every, excuse me, for every item in the bylaws. So make sure you update your bylaws. So that's the other thing that I would suggest that you do. Separate bank accounts, update your bylaws. Make sure that everything you say and do in your nonprofit, you have a piece of paper to prove that you did it. If you were on a phone call with somebody, send an email to that person, to that funder, and say, this email is just to reiterate our conversation. I understand that the funds can be used to do such and such and such, those types of things. And one last thing, things are coming to me now. For your nonprofit, take, when you do public events, take pictures, have people give comments, because that will prove that you are a legitimate organization, because I had to do that as well.
Thank you so much for that. Those are so helpful. I hope everybody got something out of it, because I know I did. Thank you so much for that.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nikia.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Sincerely, thank you.
Absolutely.
Your journey is not in vain. You have blessed all of us and everybody that we're connected to.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that what you are teaching from will continue to pour into others. This is going to multiply in for so many reasons, and the waves that it's going to have. I know that you're going to be successful beyond belief because of your story, your journey, but also what you have to pour from at this point. I mean, I know I can't wait for you to get the information, because I know I'm signing up for a coaching session myself personally, because I just need to hear more and to be connected to what you, oh, I can just keep on going. But my question is, being that you went through what you went through and you see what you journeyed from, and I took a picture of the slide where it said trouble, right? The things that happen, life happening, right? The burnout, the death of unexpected death of your sister. What would you tell someone, because we're all leaders here, we're all a part of a nonprofit, we're all coming to serve. What would you tell us to be able to take better care of ourselves, or what could have possibly helped to support you, that you may have been able to take a step back, or maybe have thought differently in hindsight? Because I think that's something very important. That's something that I also look at for myself. And now even for you being able to rebuild your self-care or support that you have, but anywhere you want to answer the question, it would be helpful. Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. So for sure, self-care. I literally, because I had my shelter, 24-hour shelter, that was staffed 24 hours a day. So there were times when my staff would call in and could not work their midnight shift. So what I would do is I would work the midnight shift in the shelter, but I'm also doing two things. I'm writing grants, I'm manning the shelter, and I'm answering a 24-hour crisis line. So that was the duty of 3 full-time people. So look at the duties that you're doing. Find ways to delegate, delegate, delegate. And you don't have to do everything all your own. There are people out there that will help, and take good, copious notes of just how you're feeling, how you're thinking. Are you resting? Are you sleeping? Are you eating? I think at that time when I was doing all that, I think I gained like 50 pounds because I wasn't paying attention to my health. I wasn't working out. I wasn't doing a whole lot of things like that. But when I got to prison, though, I lost those 50 pounds. So that worked out in that sense. I'm trying to add a little bit of humor here, but it's not humorous in the sense that you got to take good care of yourself.
You know, Claudia, this is Sandra again. Folks, do you see how it originated with a disgruntled person with a complaint? And that's why we have to be careful. We get so excited. We want to invite people in because we need the help. We're desperate. We need help, and we invite culprits in, the wolves into the sheep, right? So that, and I've had that happen where people, that could have been me too, but the person came in, but it was a private donor, and got mad because I wouldn't do some things for her that was unethical. And she wrote a letter to one of my donors, and they asked me for an audit, and I was planning for an audit. So I was already planning for an audit, and I got to get that audit done because they were going to give me another $20,000, but they held the money but they asked for an audit, which my feelings was hurt because I knew she had done something, but that's what she did. So just be careful who you're inviting in, but I did get the money after the audit was done. And anytime you raise over a large amount of money, go on and spend money after 3 or 4 years, because the grants are asking you, have you had an audit? Have you had a recent audit? So plan to do that, get a good nonprofit person that does audits and try to get your audit done, especially like if you have a big capital campaign, like we had did a building, and we raised over $300,000, and we knew we had to do an audit. So just look at those things and just remember that's where it originated from, some disgruntled person that really didn't have a complaint, that filed a complaint because they were angry.
Wow. Sandra, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments for Sandra and Claudia? This has been Claudia Humphrey. This has been incredible. Woo. We still have Claudia Jean here, and Claudia was going to leave early, but she agreed to do a few more hot seats. But what I want to do is I'm going to allow her to do her hot seats if you want to stay behind and get these nuggets. She's amazing. I'm going to announce our grant winner, our $1,000 grant winner. Yes. Okay. Yes. She put her information there and her LinkedIn. Yes. Claudia only does LinkedIn. But what I'm going to do is share my screen. Drum roll, please. I'll hit a drum roll, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. This is our $1,000 grant winner. Are you there? You got to be here to win. If you ain't, I'm going to call on somebody else.
Oh my goodness! Oh my God! Let me see if I can take up.
What you say?
What?
I want to put my picture. Oh my gosh!
Oh, yeah.
Michelle!
Awesome. Awesome. Clarita.
I can't show my face because I'm doing my hair, but oh my gosh, thank you guys.
Okay, and Michelle was the grant writer. Great, great, great. Great job, you guys. Great job, you guys. And listen, thank you all for applying for the grant, because just applying for the grant, I got to get a group picture. Go back on, Michelle. Come back on. Just applying for the grant is nerve-wracking sometimes, right? And so just applying for the grant is a notion in itself. So I applaud all of you. I'm going to get a little screenshot here. Congratulations again. Where are you at, Michelle? Okay, there you go. Looking all pretty. Okay. All right, awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Aretha.
Yes, you put it in the hard work. And I want to tell you that Michelle, I don't know how many classes you've taken with me, but before she even took classes with me, she was already working with Claritas House and writing grants. And she's always putting in the work. And if you want to win grants, that's what you got to do. You got to put in the work. You can't write one and walk away and say, I hope we get it. And then just, wait, you have to put in the work. So she puts in the work. She puts in the work. And so I really applaud you, Michelle. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. See, everybody's clapping. So I want to know who wants to go in the hot seat with Claudia Jean Virga. Do the raise your hand option and I'll let her call on you. Don't be scared now. This is, you got a professional. She trained people to get on TEDx stage. And Claudia Humphrey, she already said you need to tell your story. So she can groom you for speaking on TEDx. And when you get TEDx and have that on your resume, that's huge. But
Rita, I gotta brag on one of my speakers. If you go to my Claudia Jean, the coach Claudia Jean, and you hit testimonials, the first one, his name is Johnny Crowder. He talks on mental health. And when I worked with him, we landed him over 1 million views on TED.com. So he transferred from TEDx to TED.com. We landed him 1 million views and he got a speaker's contract with a speaking bureau. And then Dr. Marissa Franco, who is one of my also I got the privilege of coaching her. She actually got invited for a TED talk. So her TEDx talk didn't just jump over to TED, but they invited her back, and she has her now. To be invited to a TED stage is an amazing accomplishment. So so Claudia, I'm ready for you. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Okay, Danita said she'll go in the hot seat. Sanford, inbox me privately in Zoom your mailing address so I can mail you your gift card. Go ahead, Danita.
All right.
Well, I figured if nobody else was gonna do it, but if somebody else, no, just joking. I'm gonna try this. Y'all pray with me, right? Because I just have the beginning portion. But imagine losing countless opportunities because you couldn't afford to go to college or trade school. Or worse yet, you ended up with a lot of debt because you didn't know that you could utilize your athletic skills or artistic abilities. My name is Danita Pimienta. I'm the Executive Director of CARE, which is Children, Athletes, and Artists Involved in Recreational Events. And we help students and young and youth utilize their athletic abilities, artistic talents, infuse it with STEM in order to obtain higher education. Woo! Join me on maybe, I don't know.
What do you mean? Maybe I don't know. Show some love. Give her some love. That was awesome.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. And actually, it was not even 6. It was like 40 seconds.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and you didn't jump right out of the gate. Like there was some lag there. So yeah, very, very, very good. I love it. So give me the you have it written down, right?
Oh, partially, but then I kind of sort of did that rest of it off the top of my head, but I did a couple of notes.
Okay, good. So give me the beginning just one more time.
Imagine losing countless opportunities because you couldn't afford to go to college or trade school, or worse yet, you ended up with a lot of debt because you didn't know that you could use your athletic abilities and artistic talents.
Okay, I like that. That grabs my attention. I feel like we could tweak that a little bit more, right? So
I agree. We could
yeah,
do that.
I'm gonna marinate on that. We're gonna do a 15-minute private also.
Yes.
So we'll dive a little deeper in there. And then go on to when you introduce yourself, because you say, imagine if you can go to school, right? Or trade school or worse yet, you ended up with a lot of debt, which a lot of students are ending up with a lot of debt right now, right? And then you go into the part where you introduce yourself. Give me that piece again, please, because I feel like it was a little. We could tighten that part up a little bit.
Well, my name is Danita Pimienta. I'm the Executive Director for CARE, which is Children, Athletes, and Artists Involved in Recreational Events. And we help students to utilize their athletic abilities and artistic talents to obtain higher education.
Okay. So I almost want to say, because of the length of the time, we're trying to grab them, right? And so when you say, I'm the executive director, right, with CARE, I might leave off what CARE means at that point, because you could just jump into, we work with students, right? And then the acronym you can give that to them later on. So that makes sense, because it starts to get, we want to think about, if they were all action communication styles, right? If you read by it step by step, what is the point that I want them to do? And do they need that right now? Because first right, if I'm going to take it to a dating, it's, I'm going to take it to a dating analogy, right? You date somebody and you're like, first they look good, right? Like, or there's some kind of connection, right? And then you talk to them a little bit, and then, right? And then we're like, oh, okay, there's something to that. So then now we're going to get to know each other better, right? We're going to go somewhere and have a more private conversation. So I want you to try to grab just the succinct messaging of what they need to know right now, so that you can get a second date, right?
Oh, that's good. Okay.
So what happens is when we start trailing off on listing the 9,000 services they don't care enough yet. They're not committed. They're interested, right? They looked at your profile picture and they swiped right, right? They didn't read your profile, right? So they swiped right on it, and then they're like, okay, and you get to meet, and then they come in and they get to meet you, and then you can give them more information. So we want to make sure, and this goes for anybody who's listening, right? This is still amicable to anybody who's here, is you can use the same information. You grab their attention up front, you then tell them who you are and what you do, and then invite them to connect with you. I'd love to have coffee with you, or ask me for my card. Like, I don't like giving out my card when I'm at networking events. I like taking cards. Because when I give out my card, then that puts the ball in their court. I have to wait for them. Now we all get busy, right? We walk away. I meet somebody. I think you're great. You did a really good job of this. You've already, can I share that we've already connected on LinkedIn, right? Yes. You did a really good job. You're like, bam, she said what I want to know, and I'm connecting with her right now. And so, but most people, what do? They walk away from something like this. We're all here. We got great information. Claudia blew it up at the end, right? Sandra was laying down, there was a ton of information today, tons. And we're all going to go home and process, and then life's going to happen. And then we're going to forget that, oh, we should be implementing that. Or I need to update my bylaws. Oh, let me work on that 60-second commercial. Oh, let me go to that grant place that Aretha talked about earlier, right? So you want to make sure that you get them hooked enough to do what you did with me.
Okay.
Right? You want them to go and look you up. You want them to go find your information. You want them to be like me. I'm next. I'm going to help. I'm on the board. I'm going to give you money. Right? So we want to give them as succinct information. And we're just looking for the first date. We're not looking for the marriage just quite yet. Because to Sandra's point, right? Wolves in sheep's, right? So we want to make sure that we got somebody who's going to be in alignment with our organization, that they're going to bring us in. I have a story about my own alignment with my own organization that Aretha helped me create back in the day when I had a non-for-profit. And I had a board member on who was not in alignment, and it was the end of my organization. So it is really, really important that although I look good, I might look good to you right now. Let's do tea. Let's make sure it's a good fit. Make sure that we're in alignment. Let's make sure that who I say I am and what I do is what I do, and that I believe in what you're doing. Because here's the thing: if I don't believe in what, and I gotta tell this to TEDx speakers, wannabes speakers all the time. If I don't buy your message, I will not let you hire me. I do not need money that much. Now I like money, right? I like it, but not at an integrity point, because a lot of speakers think they have a good idea, but it's the same idea that's already out there 9,000 times over. There's no new twist on it. It's not in alignment with me. I'm here. If you go to my website, it clearly states I am here to work with people who are up for social change. I don't want to tell the same stories that are over and over again, right? I want to make bigger impacts. And so I want to work with people who are up to big things, right? And so I'm very much allowed, let's meet, let's have a Zoom, let's see if we're in alignment together. Let's get to know each other. So sometimes the packaging is pretty and the inside is not what you expect. So, all right.
Definitely, I agree. Can't wait to talk to you later. Thank you so
And
much.
I'll send you the assessment also, and we'll do a 15-minute, we'll fine tune that, because you gotta, just come with it prepared in a Word document, and then we'll go in and slice and dice it.
That's beautiful. I appreciate you.
job.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Anybody else? No? All right.
No one else want to go in the hot seat? All right, I understand. It's been a long day. This has been so awesome. Always life-changing for me to know that I had people in my circle, Sandra Stanley, who does incredible work, Claudia Virga, and Claudia Humphreys, these brave warriors who changed the world. And then all of you who took the time to be here today, who invested in yourself. You made an investment in yourself, and it's going to multiply out to your community and then trickle down to next generation. So thank you so much. I'm going to let anyone say anything. If you want to say thank you to our speakers, and after that we'll close out. Anybody want to say thank you again to our speakers? Feel free to do that.
Aretha, this is Nike. I have a quick question. Claudia's information, was it dropped down? Claudia Humphrey.
Yes, reshare it again, Claudia. I saw it in there. It might have, which Claudia? Two Claudias.
She wants Humphrey. She said Humphrey.
Humphrey.
Okay. So Claudia Humphrey, are you still here? You know what? She logged out. She texted me and said she was gonna try to come back in. So maybe she's having a hard time come back in. So I'm gonna wait for a few minutes. If not, I can get that to you, Nike.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for this great day. It was a great day to be with you all. Thank you so much.
Nike, if you jump on LinkedIn, you put in Claudia Humphrey, she comes up, because I just tried to connect with her a little bit.
There she is.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Claudia, put your information in the chat room. Everybody wants your information. Gail, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I just want to thank everyone for the wealth of information that I received, even how not to make that mistake, you know? A lot of times we focus on what we are going to apply, but we got to also pay attention to the things that we need to keep ourselves from getting into trouble. I thank you. And Claudia, I am one of those that I have been on my vision board is to do a TEDx. And I have a friend who did a TEDx not too long ago, Chasman Barnes, and he is so good. But I said that's going to be one of the things that I really want to see. So I'll be connecting with you. And I thank you so much and for what I've heard. And I just couldn't get out there and ruin my day, but I applaud all those who could. And when I say ruin, in other words, put myself out there. But it was great. Thank you so much, everyone.
You're welcome, Gail. And I saw you already booked a one-on-one, so I'll be contacting you to do your one-on-one.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hey, Teresa, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I just wanted to say a big salute to all of these facilitators, and also to continue to let all of your lights continue to radiate. And thank you all for the plethora of wisdom. I thank you all for everything. This was much needed. I just thank you all immensely, highly. This was a great day, great way to spend the day. So thank you all. Thank you, thank you.
That's beautiful. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Elaine?
I will echo kind of what everyone's saying. This has been amazing. I think for me, man, kind of that whole scare straight thing is real, you know, in terms of really making sure you have things in place. And luckily, I'm glad I hired a really good accountant, and we'll be telling her to do that audit. I think that's so important. But it's great information, and I'm so happy I took part in this, you know, this day, because this has been amazing. I've learned quite a bit. So for me, it's very different because I'm starting a nonprofit off my for-profit, so it's a little bit even. You know, I'm learning a lot. You know, I know the for-profit side, so now it's time for me to get, you know, learn more of the nonprofit side. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, anyone else? No one else? Well, I'm gonna write down this, somebody just sent me in private chat. I'm gonna write your information down. Oh, you're local, even better.
Yes, I just want to thank everyone for sharing your wisdom and your heart. It's been quite informative and I've learned a lot. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. One of the few men that was in the room. Awesome, thank you. Brian and Sanford, and then there was Raphael and a couple of more. So thank you guys for being here. So if that is it, all hearts and minds clear, nothing on your conscience, you ready to go get that grant? Doesn't have to be a government grant, it can be local, but are you ready? You ready to put in the work? Then let's go. I'll see y'all. Take care. God bless you and thank you for what you do. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.